Hello, hi. Happy Saturday, everybody. Rare Saturday night stream. Let's go. Hi, hello. Hello, Hogu. Hello, the artist.png. Welcome. How's it going today? Hello, Neri, Rin, and the Evil Gandhi. Welcome, everybody. How goes it? Why am I going in and out of focus? I hope you're having a great weekend so far. Today went by very fast for me. I don't feel like I did anything today. But you know what? It's a weekend, so I can forgive a little laziness over the weekend, you know? But now we're here for more Lost stuff. We're in the home stretch now, and I'm scared. You played a shit ton of Splatoon. Nice. Do I keep like dropping frames? Why am I dropping frames? My frame rate is like dying. Alright, I don't know what's happening with that, but okay. Are we watching Neri play Splatoon? Nice. I've never played Splatoon, but it looks really cool. Maybe at some point I should. Why do I keep dropping frames? What is going on? Why is my frame rate down? How am I doing? Pretty good today. Just spent a lot of time just at home. Nothing really special. It's fun, but I'm so mediocre. You're also watching it? Wow! I need to play. I'm not really much of like a FPS kind of gamer. I have played a little Valorant, a little Overwatch, but like it's not like what I really like focus on. And but I'll be interested in trying that out. It looks pretty cool from what I've seen of it. All right, and I don't know why my frame rate is like never above 50. I don't know what's going on there. Hello, the translator. Welcome. How are you doing today? Thanks for being here. Alright, I don't know what's going on. If it keeps being weird, I don't know what's going on. I'm probably just overthinking everything. Leah, hello! Welcome! Thanks for being here. How are you? How goes it? I'm doing well. Metallica. You went to see Metallica! Oh my gosh, that's awesome! That's so cool. Nice. Oh, are you going to see another one? You're going to see them again this weekend? Nice. But hello, Faye, welcome. How are you doing? How goes it? Man, I'm sorry, I don't know why my frame rate is like capped at like 50 or something. I don't know why it's looking weird. Doing well, can't complain. Glad to hear that. I'm doing all right myself. Just didn't really do much this weekend, and yeah, but we still that. Enjoy that emoji. That is a fun little face. Angie face. Oh, the sets are gonna be different on Saturday, or different days, and the opening bands are different. Oh, that's pretty cool. Nice. It doesn't look that bad on my end. Okay, that's good. I just see like I keep going to like 50 FPS and sometimes like 45, and it looks choppy on my end. I don't know why, but hopefully that's just I don't know why, but it's fine. It's fine. Maybe once we start playing, it'll fix it. I don't know. But yeah, that's what I did today. I played a little more Baldur's Gate, and I'm stuck at a difficult boss fight, but I'm probably trying to, like, I know there's an achievement associated with the fight I'm currently on, and I'm trying to get that achievement, but it's really hard. So I might just give up on it for this run and then do it later, because I'm getting sick of this fight. But yeah, I'm making progress. I am slowly making progress, and I recruited the best companion yesterday. I recruited Minsk yesterday, and that's the best thing that's ever happened to me. I love him so much, and I love Boo very much. I love them. We have a bona fide himbo on the team, and I am here for it. All right, you killed him. No, I could not do that. Oh no! I took out everybody else in the room. Oh, did the game blind? Oh no! I didn't know until I could recruit him until I was like looking up all like the companion characters, and I was already partway into the quest looking for him when I learned that I can actually play as him. Yes, Minx moments. I love him very much. He is very, very silly. I love silly men. And I love Boo. Wait, Matt Mercer voiced him? Are you serious? Oh my god. I didn't realize that. Oh my god. I can't believe that. I didn't know that. Oh my Incredible. Disease where I can instantly recognize voice actors. Sometimes I do. I feel like it's weird. He's one of the ones that I don't always recognize, which I feel like it's odd. A lot of people, he is one that everybody recognizes. Maybe I just haven't heard enough stuff that he has. I mean, I haven't really watched any Critical Role, but maybe if I get into Critical Role and start watching that, I will probably recognize his voice more. But, yeah. Why is my camera going in and out like that? You can do so many voices. I watched so much Critical Role so I can recognize him instantly. So yes, hours of Matt Mercer voices. Yep, that would do it. That would do it. I'm most familiar with him as Yusuke at this point, honestly. The Ortrees mechanic, or whatever it is. Oh yeah, why is Matt Mercer? Yeah, Ray Chase in the new Genshin thing. Yeah, that is Ray Chase. I can recognize Ray Chase. Somewhat, yeah. Aoyama Ichome. I can recognize Mara anywhere. Man, I'm debating whether to reinstall Genshin. I'm not gonna lie. Oh yeah, but he's Bruno too. Yeah, Bruno Bucciarati. Yes, I forgot about that. I'm debating reinstalling Genshin, even though I don't really have the storage space for it. But the new Archon quest looks really good. I know like the big twists of it because I've just seen people's reactions to it, and I wasn't like trying to avoid spoilers since I'm not playing it. But it looks really good. I feel like I would really love this quest. People seem to really love Fontaine, and maybe if I ever get back into it, I probably won't play, like, seriously. I'll probably just do main story patches and stuff, but we'll see. We'll see. I need to get back to Final Fantasy XIV as well. I did a couple more main story quests in 14 the other day. I'm almost at Heaven's Ward. Almost. Matt Mercer recognition moments can be very funny. A giant mutated alien in Destiny 2 with voice filters. Oh my god, and you can recognize him from that? Oh my god, that's great. Alright, I will go in with a new ear next time when I when I go and talk to Minsk. The first time he did the striker, just hi Matt. Nice. Nice. Alrighty. Oh, hello, Cam, welcome. I don't know if the lighting is doing weird things for the frame rate. I did make it a bit brighter. I don't know if that has anything to do with it. But hello, how are you doing? We'll hop into the game then. I hope, man, it's really bugging me that like my frame rate is like really weird today. I don't know why. My CPU usage seems to be higher than usual, and I'm confused. I'm not running anything in the background that I don't need to be. I don't know what's going on. Would it be like that sometimes? The human eye can only detect 15 FPS anyways, yeah. Watching my friend play Armored Core and suddenly another character speaks for 2 seconds and it's Robbie Damon! I feel like I'm gonna start being able to recognize him everywhere now. There's so much of Robbie, yes.
None of these people know that I was an undesirable child.
How do you do it, Cam? How do you do it? How do you always have the best luck with the random quotes? 5 days to Tactica, unless you were able to get it in the brief span that it was leaked. But I'm depending on how close we are to the end of this game, I may just finish Great Ace Attorney before going into Tactica, even if we don't start Tactica on release day, but it is what it is. Luck has always been BS and it's fantastic. I love that. That's great. Alrighty. Let's see if I don't know if going into the game might help. I don't know. Maybe it's just being weird okay, now that I switched to this and my camera isn't up close, I see the frames are not like, the frame rate's not being choppy, which is weird. Huh. Well, anyways, let's hop into the game. We'll at least open the game and hold on. I had a cookie and cookie run. Oh yeah, he's one of like the wizard cookies or something. I did see that. Yeah. If I were to get back into Genshin, I would have to pull for Neuvillette. I know he just came out, so it'll be a while before he gets a rerun. And he's not the type of character that I like normally would pull for. I don't normally pull for like the tall, like serious male characters. I don't really go for like the Zhongli types. I go for like the pretty boys, the pretty snarky boys. But knowing that he's voiced by Ray Chase that's an insta pull for me. And then I already have Ito for Max Middleman. So if Robbie Damon ever voiced a Genshin character, that would guarantee me going back to it and then trying to get the whole lava trio, because I need that. Hello, Jess. How are you? How's it going? I can win dodgeball matches by standing still. Amazing. If you're up against my party in Baldur's Gate, then sure, yeah, because they will miss their shots. I love when my party misses their attacks against prone enemies. Like the enemy is literally lying on the ground and they still miss. Shadowheart and Gale seem to be the biggest culprits of this.
For real?
For real, yeah, for real. You've been playing P3P almost 8. Oh yeah, because you restarted your game. I'm so sorry about that. Oh, that sucks. Shadowheart lumbering up to execute a critical miss. Yep, it's always that, and it's always Guiding Bolt. Every single time. Yeah, you got for real, yes. Yeah, I'm sorry if I had to restart your game. That's what I did with P4 on my original playthrough. I started P4 like a year before I first attempted to stream P4 in like 2021, and then I got to the end of the 3rd dungeon, and I was very underleveled for that. I was on the very last day that you could clear that dungeon without a game over, and there's 2 bosses in a row at the end of that dungeon, and I was barely scraping by the first one, and then once I found out there was a second one, I was like, you know what, I'm done, I need to start over. And I didn't even realize you could change the difficulty settings while you're playing the game, so I completely restarted my game when I could have changed the difficulty settings in the thing, but whatever. I'm trying to keep all my characters well leveled. That's, yeah. Yes, gotta keep the enemy on toes. Yeah, you never know when they'll hit him. Gotta keep him guessing. I just make her heal and auto hit spells so it's fine. I feel that, yeah. And Spirit Guardians. She's just like I just have her walk up to everybody in the Spirit Guardians. It's not a time limit to game over. If you can't beat a boss, you can't move on. Ooh, interesting. Because I know there's like full moon bosses and stuff, but I didn't get to that point whenever I played a little bit of Portable. I never got to the point where they said anything about a full moon, so interesting. You're just stuck. That sucks. Just a melee attack in years. Yep, feel that. Anyways, let's hop on in. Alright, Daily Vigil is kind of not doing well. And Kazuma. Kazuma is also making me not well. I'm already at the point where I'm met meet Aegis though. Ooh, nice god. I can't wait to meet her. She seems amazing. Cause she beat somebody, she won the first round of the Persona Champions polls, I believe. I forget who she was up against. I think it was a pretty popular character she was against, but god, I'm excited to meet her. I haven't played P3. I have not. I played like 3 hours of Portable, and then I decided I want like something a little more immersive for my first playthrough. So I'm waiting for Reload to be my first playthrough, and then after that I'm gonna play FemC on Portable. I guess my beloved, the robot bestie. We love her. I'm excited to meet the whole squad in P3. All the characters look so cool, like, and it seems like a very unique, like, kind of group. Like, you have a robot, a dog, and like a grade schooler instead of just like a bunch of teenagers as usual on your team, which is kind of interesting. Shinjiro and Akihiko. I have a feeling that might be the case for me. Based on the impression I've gotten, Akihiko seems like I don't want to. I mean, I've been waiting for this. I feel like lots of things about him are just gonna make me laugh. And Shinjiro seems like the stinky bastard man of the game, which means I'm going to go insane over him, for sure. I'm going to be mentally ill over him, I'm sure. We tend to like a lot of the same characters. We do, yeah. Yes. Who do you want with me? Emo boy, yeah, we're the emo boy. We play the emo boy. I'm already thinking about what I want to name the protagonist when I start playing. Should I go back to Alex Pappenbro? I will finish Alex Pappenbro's story at some point. But I'm predisposed to trust Liam O'Brien characters, so I can't do Akihiko. Yeah, the one other Liam O'Brien character that I have played a game with where he's in is Yeah, fair enough. But was he in a Fire Emblem game? Because, the Zero Escape made me not trust Liam O'Brien characters. Yeah. Yeah. So I just want to say, so, yeah, he does have, like, that good, like, shady, like, sleazy kind of voice. So funny. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah, him and Keith Silverstein always getting the villain voices. Or, at least in Keith's part, yeah. a bunch of villains and then Zhang Li. Anyways, it is November 2nd. It's still my mom's birthday in the game. We're almost up to, like, real time. Yeah, we're like a week ahead, almost, in real time. And we're also, like, over a century ahead as well. But yes, Daily is not okay, and Kazuma is not acting like himself. I still can't believe what just happened. I know. I inquired with the bailiff after the court session was adjourned. And it seems Mr. Vigil was taken to hospital to recover. Oh, with the creepy music, too. This creepy music. This is a horror game. 10 years ago. Oh my god, our first 10 years ago of the night. Let's go. Oh, and Fire Emblem. I've never played any Fire Emblem games, but I would like to play some of them at some point. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I need to. Mm-hmm. 10 years ago, Mr. Vigil attempted to commit suicide by jumping out of the window of the prison governor's office. But ever since then, he's completely blocked the memory of those events from his mind. Damn. Nobody knew his secret, not his family, not even the man himself, but I forced it out into the open. Was it wrong of me to do that? Did I overstep the mark, I wonder? Man. I should play Fire Emblem Three Houses. I feel like that might be the first one I start. I feel like I've heard Three Houses is like a good starting point. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Barry is huge, yeah. Yeah, he's got lots of muscle. Wait, how did someone like, yeah? I mean, this is actually the second time that Ryunosuke has done this. Because Miles Edgeworth, we all know about the Adrian Andrews incident. But this is the second time that Ryunosuke exposed someone's suicide attempt in court. First Olive Green and now Daily. Jeez, Ryunosuke. Edelgard did nothing wrong. I need to know who this Edelgard is. I feel like I've heard the names Edelgard and Dimitri and Ferdinand a lot. So I'm curious about who they are. CR is bridging the gap between Persona and like Fire Emblem. Three Houses is bridging the gap. I just read that it's 3 hours. But that sounds very cool. I like that. He's a Twitter gay. A Twitter gay. They're like two of the lords from the Three Houses. Ooh. This isn't telling people to yeah, it's not like Edgeworth at least. Runo! Oh, Iris.
You are miles away.
Speaking of Miles.
Anyway, I brewed a fresh pot of soothing tea for you.
Oh, thank you.
You and Susie have had an exhausting day so far, haven't you?
That's my daughter, yes. Iris, our daughter.
Thank you, Iris. How thoughtful of you.
Do you happen to know where Mr. Sholmes is? When you came out of the courtroom back into the defendant's antechamber, he disappeared. Daughter!
Oh, no, I don't know. He just suddenly sprang to his feet and left. All he said was, "I must leave." I wonder if he is pursuing the mystery of Inspector Gregson's death.
Yeah, where is your dad? Yeah, you should know where your parental figures are.
Mm-hmm. Well, you know what Harry is always saying, don't you? There are mysteries in this world that should perhaps never be solved.
Like the Baskerville one, mayhaps.
For the construction of a solution only comes at the expense of the destruction of something else.
Wise words, actually.
He knows very well that when you open someone else's old wounds, you often open your own, too. But he just can't take his own advice and leave well alone. Solving mysteries is too important to him.
That's so true. So true, bestie.
But that's what I like about Hurley, after all.
I suppose that's the lot of a great detective in some ways.
So then, let's have tea, and then I'll give you a hand.
Do you have time, Iris?
Yes, I finished this month's manuscript at last, with barely a day to spare before the deadline. Oh, I'm so looking forward to it! A brand new story to read in the adventures of Herlock Sholmes! You know, I always hide Hurley's violin in the days before I have a deadline.
The bop it gun, yes, the bop it, and the cat flap gun too. Yeah, oh yeah, Happy NaNoWriMo, yeah. You should spend the month writing a whole novel instead of these short little stories. Go for that. I once tried to do NaNoWriMo and I barely wrote a paragraph. I don't know why I thought I could do it. Well, not that I didn't try to do it in like the normal, like the typical write a novel sense. I basically just kind of used it as like a motivation to try to write more like plays and stuff. I think I was in college at the time taking playwriting classes and I was like, I want to write more stuff that's like not for classes. And then November was like a good way to think of that because a lot of people are writing in November and I don't even know how well that worked, but yeah. There's supposed to like November is a monastery. Iris is, yes, she is my daughter. Iris and Gina are my daughters.
I'm sure that's very wise, Iris. How sensible of you. Can't shout, have nut.
What? Can shave, can't nut, have to write a novel. Yeah! Stop. Yeah. Great time to pick up a new project. Yeah, fair. Yeah, college is a time. Yeah. I don't know why I thought I could do that.
Now then, my dear fellows.
Oh, she's saying my dear fellows. Oh.
Now then, my dear fellows, let's make a plan of action before we continue our investigation.
First, we snoop. Snooping is more important. Oh wait, this is all the same. This is all the same stuff, okay. No new dialogue for any of this? First one's supposed to be can't too. Yeah, I figured, yeah.
I've been working on the railroad all the livelong day.
I've been working on the railroad just to pass the time away.
Yeah, the boys are singing. This belonged to my prosecutor boyfriend, although I don't even know who he is anymore. Iris, have you seen this?
Your armband, the symbol of a defense lawyer in Japan. Runo, you've shown that to me dozens of times.
Oh, have I? The thing is, I just feel wrong if I don't have it on my arm, you know? It's the old Kazuma. She's so tired, yeah.
Well, if you ask me, I think you should try wearing something different every now and then.
Oh, really? Like what? But it's Kazuma's, you can't take it off. That's like your bro.
Well, I could make something for you if you like. Oh my god, like a little friendship bracelet? How about a band that squeezes your arm when the person you're talking to tells a lie?
That would be convenient. Shut up about your not dead boyfriend, yeah! Hey, Iris. Wig!
Oh, this looks like it's made from real human hair.
I thought it might be.
Yes, people will pay money for long hair that's in good condition. Harry once offered his hair up for sale, you know. He grew it right down to his shoulders.
Really? How much did he make?
No one would buy it.
Oh.
He was told it was unruly, apparently.
Maybe I'd better give up on the idea. Yeah, he seems to have very curly, messy hair. Mm-hmm. I've never gotten that dialogue. Apollo Justice reference? Wait, which one? Apollo, what reference? Apollo Justice? Apollo arm? Is that a, wait, does he have a lie detecting armband? Interesting! Ooh! Oh my god, that's so cool! Nice! That's really cool. This is the most plain man in the world, Iris. Oh, nothing to say about him.
She doesn't care about him. That's not right. I thought you were supposed to say objection or the like when you present evidence.
That's not enough spoiler. It's not enough. Fair enough. That's only in court.
That's not fair. If you won't say it, then I won't look.
Objection!
Oh, that's so cute.
Yay, that was great. Right, next.
It's in the first case. Okay. She doesn't want to look at the boring man. I will not show her this. There's no way I'm showing her this. I cannot show her a picture of dead Gregsy. No, I gotta talk to her.
So, how did it go in court today?
You think I should? Is Susato gonna stop me? Is it gonna be like Maya stopping you from showing Edgeworth a picture of his dead dad? Should I try it? Traumatize that child? No.
So, how did it go in court this morning?
Well, we still don't know the truth about what really happened, but well, she lives with Sherlock. True. Or Herlock, yeah. She does live with him. I only know Herlock. One thing's increasingly clear. Lord Van Zieks definitely didn't do it.
Oh, goody. Yes, that's right. We managed to uncover several new facts as well. Oh, really?
And there was another development, too.
Yes, it's quite clear now that Kazuma-sama's—
Yes! Babe, this isn't you!
the way he's acting, it's almost as if he's possessed.
I know. I mean, at the end of the proceedings earlier, he was like a bloodhound the way he was chasing down Mr. Vigil's forgotten past. Don't say hound in the vicinity of anybody related to Sholmes. He's not normally so mercilessly persistent. Sorry, I was told us about his gender-affirming haircut. What's going on in his head, I wonder? I really need to sit down with— Yes, yes, yes. Can we go talk to him? Okay, first. I can't believe you guys are making me do this. You guys are awful. Susato didn't even stop me! Oh my god. You guys told me to do it! I feel awful now! We are so evil! No! We are— This photograph is not making me laugh. And the music stopped. Why did we— I did not tell you to do this. Okay, you're innocent, Frog, you're innocent. But everybody else said— You guys are evil. What was I thinking? What?
Poor Gregsy.
Here, kids like fireworks, right? Okay, okay, she's not sad anymore, that's good. Okay. God, I feel awful. Susato didn't even stop me. Wow. What does she have to say about his watch? Nothing? Oh! It's the same thing! I got the sad dialogue again with that! Here, candles. That one was me, okay? Okay? At least it's better than a picture of his dead body, though, right? God, I feel horrible. The Reaper's innocence. If Gregson was really murdered the day before his body was discovered, then Lord Van Zieks has to be innocent, you see.
What? The day before?
The watch is still a reminder. True. Man.
Well, that should be easy enough to work out just by examining the corpse.
Sure. Oh, hiccup. I hiccuped. Oopsies.
Yes, you would expect so, but curiously, no time of death was included in the autopsy report. That is curious.
There are still unanswered questions about Lord Van Zieks, though, aren't there? Why was he investigating Gregson? I think Gregson was trying to locate who the Reaper really is. And my theory is that he was like going out on his own on the clock to like investigate who the Reaper really is. And he got Daily to cover for his like on the record assignments for that time, so he wouldn't be like tracked or whatever, but Van Zeke somehow got wind of this and was following him about this. So that's my theory. Hey, your friend is dead. Yeah, I also have his watch. We're awful.
Do you mean...
I mean, what was he doing there on Fresno Street that day in the first place?
Well, according to the man's testimony, he said he was investigating Inspector Gregson, didn't he?
And it turns out that little room was actually the inspector's secret office.
Ooh, that sounds like it all has the makings of a wonderfully devilish plot.
But then, why was that notice board in there covered in all those particular papers? Papers about cases with a link to the Reaper. I'm starting to get a bad feeling about all this.
Oh dear. That sounds more like something horribly devilish. We must start by looking into Inspector Gregson's movements of late.
Movements. Hopefully not of the bowel variety. I never imagined Medita investigating the inspector's movements.
Well, according to the entry in his diary, he was carrying out an incognito investigation of the Red-Headed League the day before his death. Oh, you mean he was doing the same thing as Hurley?
Well, Mr. Sholmes was trying to apply, whereas the inspector was supposed to be investigating.
I do wish it had been the other way.
You are not implying that you wish Sholmes was dead, right? I mean, yeah, you want Sholmes to investigate because he's good at the investigating and the deducing, but when you say it like that, it makes it sound like you want Sholmes dead. Anyways, it turns out the inspector who went to investigate the Red-Headed League that day wasn't actually Gregson at all. It was Mr. Vigil, in possession of Gregson's identification.
You know what that sounds like to me? Establishing an alibi.
Oh my!
Yes, you're absolutely right, Iris.
But why would Gregson need an alibi? He's doing off-the-record work?
It appeared that the inspector had something to do that he wished to keep secret. I don't believe it. I always thought he was just a harmless lover of fish and chips.
Aww. He still is. But perhaps they were seasoned with something a little more potent than salt and vinegar.
I think perhaps we should try to move away from the food analogies.
Well, anyway, if Lord Van Zieks felt the need to investigate Gregson...
Yes, I agree. We must try to find out what he knows.
Alright, Mr. Vigil's condition.
Vigil, you say? Isn't that the name of the lady who came to visit Hurley yesterday?
Well, yeah, her husband collapsed in court today, so yeah, that's fun.
That's right. To ask Mr. Sholmes if he would help her to find her missing husband.
Only Mr. Sholmes completely passed the buck to us. Actually, didn't you say that Mr. Vigil had been taken to the hospital? Do you know which one?
Ah, it's St. Sinner's.
I'm starting to wonder if all the other hospitals in London have closed down.
But that's amazing, Bruno! You found a lady's husbands already!
Well, I suppose I have, by accident.
And 10 years ago,
another one.
While Mr. Vigil was the chief warder at the prison, he was responsible for overseeing the professor's incarceration. No!
So when the convict escaped, he was held responsible and immediately dismissed. Yep, then we need the counter, yep.
Sometimes I really don't want to grow up.
Me too, Iris. There's more. For 10 years after that, while he was ostensibly working as a peddler, he also held another secret job. He was paid by Gregson to be his stand-in, to impersonate the inspector.
To impersonate Gregsy? But why?
I have absolutely no idea.
Oh, Ginny was right. I'm starting to think all the dots are up to no good now. Aww. Including you, Bruno. Because you showed me a father of...
I shall be a father.
You showed me a picture of dead Gregsy. That was so rude of you, Bruno. Adults are all awful.
Hello, did I miss anything important? Have they kissed? Have they find another corpse? Hi, we showed Iris a picture of dead Gregson, and she was not happy about it. And then we showed her his broken watch, and she was not happy about that either. I think that's 3 years already for this stream. I haven't paid anyone to impersonate me.
That means he has ties to the professor and to Inspector Gregson, though.
You were here for the salt and vinegar. Nice.
So, I do think we ought to pay a visit to Mr. Vigil, don't you?
Back to St. Sinners, then. My opinion of the late inspector has improved.
Well, I think it's clear what we need to do, isn't it? Let us investigate, my dear fellows.
Oh, I love when she says my dear fellows. She's just trying to be Hurley. Oh, she learned from him.
Oh, Iris, you're even more enthusiastic than usual today. If anyone has anything to hide, my special Wilson shooting iron will soon set them straight.
That water pistol?
It's stuffed full of a piping hot, extra special blend of mine.
Dadisms! She wants to know about her dad.
And I'm quite sure it'll be very effective.
Aww. Oh. You like salt and vinegar chips? I've never had them, actually. I feel like the vinegar is just too potent for me, personally. But I like salt. I like salt.
Well,
I must give him the iris.
Well, it feels a little strange that Mr. Shelton's is nowhere to be seen. Let's go and see what we can find out.
Yes. Alright, first. Lord Chief Justice's office. The hospital bed. I can't go to the prosecutor's office. I want to go to the prosecutor's office. If we go here, will he be here? Yes! Alright. It is a bit astringent. Keep water handy, but the flavor's tops. Hi! Look at my beautiful girlfriend, everyone! Look at that way her back is all arched like that.
No arguments,
I keep wanting to call him Professor Asogi. Somebody needs to stop me. Prosecutor, not professor. Jesus Christ.
No arguments, Prosecutor Asogi. You will continue with the trial exactly as I instructed. Is that clear?
Oh, did he want to be taken off the case? Or did he somehow defy Strongheart's orders regarding the trial and bringing up the past? Interesting. So Apple doesn't fall from the tree. Stop! Perfectly.
It's Kazuma-sama.
I forgot that was Strongheart's voice. Is that a legitimate question? I don't know. One of them is Karuma, the one that we gave back to him. And then the other one, I guess, is one that he picked up while he was in London. I'm not sure the story behind that other one. Defying Lord Strongheart by the sound of it. He never did know when to back down. The other is a saber from Van Zeek's. Ah, okay.
On your way now, Asogi.
My lord. No! I want to talk to him! Hey! Hey! The other's for opening wine, yep. It just is ready up for bodyguard reasons. Kazuma. Don't walk away! Did he seriously just walk away without... Bitch!
Yes? What are you doing here?
Oh, well, I was just hoping to ask you a few questions, if you wouldn't mind. Is that a thing I'm down in Paris for? What, keeping the swords for wine opening?
I wanted Van Zeek's trial concluded today. But Prosecutor Asogi's unwelcome inquiries are going to make it longer than necessary.
Unwelcome inquiries?
As a result, I'm losing even more precious time. Currently 2 hours, 55 minutes, and 41 seconds. 42? 43? Now we must resolve everything before 3 hours have passed, Mr. Naruhodo.
In a miraculous not even 5 minutes. Anyway, I can't let the man's obvious bad mood put me off. I need info! Does Prosecutor Sogi believe that Lord Van Zeeks is the Reaper? Sabering a bottle? Oh my god, that's a real thing? Interesting.
I wouldn't know. It was 10 years ago.
4, baby!
In that fateful closed trial, that Lord Van Zeeks made a name for himself among the judiciary.
It's a real way to uncork wine. Nice.
But the next trial he fought, he lost. It meant the ringleader of a criminal organization was acquitted, thanks to all the jurors being under duress.
But that's awful. 10 years ago. It's really cool to watch that. I need to see videos of that now. That sounds really cool. Mm-hmm.
The man's freedom was short-lived. He lasted just 3 days.
Oh my god, so he was like the reverse Jesus. He died after 3 days.
He died in a rock slide at his place of work, I believe. Correct. That was the inauguration of the Reaper of the Bailey.
And people believe Lord Van Zeeks was responsible?
He was brought to trial himself, but it was shown to have been an accident.
Yeah, because the Reaper can surely cause a rock slide. Reverse Jesus, yeah! There's a weak spot on the seam of the glass. If you hit the rim in a certain way, it breaks off. Why do I want to try this myself now, even though it would be extremely dangerous? So he must have an alibi, yeah.
Nevertheless, the mysterious deaths continued. In total, 16 persons perished in unusual circumstances, ostensibly at the hands of the Reaper. That's a long run of coincidences. Well, the Reaper's true identity may well be revealed by this trial. And the impact that revelation would have had on the British public cannot be understated.
Mm-hmm. Is that why it's a closed trial? Yeah, we see something cool, we want to do it ourselves, yeah.
Precisely.
I've been working on the railroad
Not again.
all the live long day.
Can we sing a song, Strongheart? Will that make you feel better?
Railroad just to pass the time away.
This country hasn't seen a closed trial for 10 years.
Does it count if they don't say 10 years ago? But that would be 5. So the last one was the professors? The trial of Genshin Isogi?
Correct.
Actually, we heard that originally you were going to prosecute that trial yourself, Lord Strongheart. Do you want Van Zeeks gone? Have you had a bone to pick with him for 10 years now? We're halfway to 10. Whoa! I think that's 5, yeah. Yes, enough cogs and gears in here to make a train with all of this, yeah. Mm-hmm.
Van Zeeks had treated me to relinquish the prosecution to him, that he might avenge his brother's death. And here we are, 10 years later.
6.
With the son of the man Van Zeeks had condemned now looking to avenge his father's death in the same way.
They do say that what goes around comes around. Is he? I mean, based on the way Cosmo was acting in court, it sounds like vengeance of sorts, or really just wanting to know the truth of what really happened. But the way, like, I keep thinking about the way he, like, slashed the wax statue. Like, that doesn't seem like somebody who was particularly fond of their father. Mm-hmm. Sus.
However, it would seem that the new young prosecutor is harboring some ulterior motive as well.
Kazuma is?
I'd like my organization to run smoothly in the exact manner that I prescribe. As with the giant clock in here, I won't tolerate a single cog being out of step with the others.
So that's what all these gears are about in here. They're metaphors.
If the young man refuses to mesh with the other parts of my great machine, I will be forced to take steps.
What do you mean?
Not something with which you need to concern yourself. In any case, all your questions will be answered tomorrow. Now, I shall have to ask you to excuse me.
What are you gonna do? Intervene? Yeah.
As of this moment, I have been delayed from attending my next meeting by precisely 3 hours. Oh my, that is a long time.
The background has thematic relevance. It does! Whoa!
And I hold you entirely responsible.
Even though we were miraculously managed to fit everything into not even 5 minutes? I wonder if you might agree to us, talking with Prosecutor Isogi? Yeah?
Discussions between the defense and the prosecution outside of the courtroom are generally frowned upon. However, I will make an exception in this case. Now go. You can find him in his office.
Oh, thank you! Or then I tried to, oh.
Let's go see him at once, Mr. Naruhodo.
Kazuma's my best friend in the whole wide world! I love him so much! Type of spelling is for Lazarus! I'm really not at all sure I know how to talk to him at the moment. But you know that's where we're going, right? So, Clint! Oh my god, he really sets up like a little like diorama of the crime scene with all these cases, doesn't he? Because he did this with the case at the Grand Exhibition too. Hi, Clint! Tip. Prosecutor Isogi. Oh!
Kazuma-sama is doing so well for himself.
Wait, is this not Van Zeke's office? And though he's always forced to kneel on the floor Japanese style in that dark corner.
It's his habit to seize a style whenever he's working.
I hope he's sitting at this desk now. Well, looks like our journey here was wasted. The prosecutor appears to be out.
No! Perhaps we should discuss things with another prosecutor we know first.
Alright. Alrighty, fine. Bro stole his office, yeah. What are you reading this time, buddy? Hi, Baroque.
Lord Van Zeeks is reading. Look. He doesn't seem like he wants visitors, does he?
Oh, this... Okay, seeing these little keychains, the little Sholmes and Iris keychains on her backpack makes me think that she made the little Chunosuke for Ryunosuke and the little... I think Susato has one of them as well, but she makes these for them. He's reading The Adventures of Herlock Sholmes. Say Gex! She did! I love that. That's so... Yes, he's reading Say Gex. But he must have noticed that we're here, surely? He's ignoring us on purpose. Canonically, because she made the blue outfit. Oh yeah, I mean, it did say that in the description, didn't it, of the outfit? That's so cool. What do you Nipponese want? Bro, that's no way to greet the lawyer who's trying his hardest to prove your innocence, is it? Be as bitchy to him as you can, Ryunosuke. You just can't interrupt someone's Seigex, yeah. Perhaps not. Hmm? It is quite rude. I apologize. So what can I do for you, Mr. Naruhodo? Name!
Lord Van Zeeks, speaking earnestly. Oh, the fuck, we'll lift over London for the first time in months tomorrow.
This does feel very, very strange. He's getting to the good bit. Coming off a little edgy. Ooh. I must say, I was impressed. Oh, well, thank you. Not by you, by your fellow Nipponese, your prosecutor friend. Oh, I see. Yes. It's sardonic, don't you think? For a man such as me, so loathing of the Nipponese, to be entirely to the mercy of two of you. I suppose it's retribution for having played the part of the Reaper all these years. And he clutches the badge. This is so toxic, Yuri! Oh my god, I thought you said, oh the fuck.
Oh, the fuck? What the fuck, Van Zeeks?
Played the part? Mm-hmm. Is this gonna be the same dialogue as before? Yeah. Wig! What's that? It's just something I was hoping to ask your opinion about, that's all. Can you put it on? I want to see what you look like with it. It's a serious crime for the defense to attempt to extract information from the prosecution. You're not the prosecution, though. I think we have more of a defense and client relationship now, don't we? I'm somewhere semi-conscious. Yeah, I photograph my... Yeah. I feel that. Alright, let's check... Oh, no. Converse. You once told me that you gladly allowed people to believe you were the Reaper, because it helped reduce the amount of serious crime that took place in London. Were you ordered by Strongheart to be the Reaper for something? If keeping quiet and playing the part benefits the cause, a cause I myself am committed to pursuing, then why would I choose to say anything? But the henchman of a criminal killed by the Reaper attacked you only the other day. And that was just the most recent of many attempts on your life, wasn't it? Someone is clearly profiting from your silence about all this. Someone is using you, Strongheart. You think he's more of a New Balance man as opposed to... Wait, what did he say? Believe me, ever since the Reaper first appeared, I've been doing my utmost to expose him. Or rather, expose the organization. Oh my god, is there like a whole horde of Reapers? Is it like a little a Converse? Ah, I see. Are they like a Converse? Not Converse. Jesus Christ. Is there like an Assassin's Guild or something of Reapers? You just can't stay silent about major events if it's benefiting you. Yeah.
It's a whole organization?
Redacted for political... Yeah. It's inconceivable that all those accidents were orchestrated by one man. No, the Reaper always appears to have very accurate information about the accused in each case. Which can only mean that somebody at Scotland Yard is involved, and you thought it was Gregson.
Someone at... You can't mean...
It's taken me many years, but I've finally identified the central figure in this Reaper organization. Tobias Gregson.
No! No!
Gregson, the Reaper? That was one of my spitballed theories yesterday. So the reason you were investigating Inspector Gregson is because you intended to expose him as the Reaper? As I said, the Reaper of the Bailey is no single person. It's a highly secret organization with close ties to Scotland Yard. But there's no doubt that Gregson was a key member of that organization.
I don't believe it. Are you saying that Gregsy? That he was behind all those awful criminals meeting the...
Gregson didn't do the dirty work himself.
Oh.
He was the tactician. His job was to covertly investigate the marks and plot their assassinations. In order to do that without arousing suspicion, he regularly needed a firm alibi. Daily. Which is where Mr. Vigil came in, posing as the inspector. He's going to pierce the veil of the Reaper. He's going to unmask them. Is that a Pierce the Veil song? I never actually listened to them. Vigil knows nothing of the Reaper, but the room he rents on Fresno Street was almost certainly the headquarters of the operation. Gregson would have met the assassin there for briefings. So we don't actually know who carried out the killings then? Oh, just waxing poetic, okay. Actually, I do have a name. You what?
Well, if you can name the man, then you have the true identity of the Reaper already then.
Or, if I can name the woman.
Oh.
Yeah, women can do murders. She's a young woman by the name of... What the hell? Oh my god! Assassin! Jesus Christ. That is worse. That is worse. Jesus Christ. That is truly an Ace Attorney name. The Japanese version revealed her full name at the end of the first game. Oh, really? Interesting. So this is the name of the...
You're back.
You're back. Yeah, I love Ace Attorney. I love stupid names in Ace Attorney. Is it thought it'd be too obvious for native English speakers? That makes sense, yeah. Alright. So... What if the 4 names on the disc are people related to the 4 names on the disc constituted the Reaper? I don't know, but... When was the last... He hasn't prosecuted in 5 years since Ryunosuke came to London. So I'm assuming that Asa-shin could have been on the yeah, he was on that list. He was. So do Kazuma, Aishin, Asa-shin, Gregson, and John Wilson, are the 4 of them the Reaper? Are the 4 of them the Reaper? But was Kazuma doing stuff, like, internationally with this? I mean, they all have, like, some kind of ties to... How? Yeah, Kiryu. Yeah, truly the slowest of pun names, slow burns. I love it. Interesting. A whole game passed for the full name to finally be revealed, yep. Wait, what? Shin? Miss Asa Shin. Asa. The true name of a terrifying killer I know only too well. Yeah, I mean, we know she's capable of it. She came to Japan posing as a visiting student and murdered Dr. John H. Wilson. Another part of this, her theme fucks too. Yeah, true, yeah, she doesn't deserve a theme this good. But why did she do this? Huh. Iris, she is here, Iris is here, wait. Yeah, Ryunosuke, are you saying this out loud? Iris, or Ryunosuke, this is white text. We mean, you're saying, that means he's saying it out loud, right? Although, he says the blue text out loud, but everybody hears it anyway, but like, we're really saying this shit in front of Iris, huh? Jesus. Then, just when it seemed that diplomatic protection would help her escape Japan and conviction, the mysterious woman was herself murdered in a small summer beach hut. Iris, you didn't hear anything, yeah. And that woman was actually the Reaper of the Bailey?
Mr. Naruhodo, this perhaps isn't the place to discuss.
Yeah. No, of course not. We can't mention it here. The fact that she killed Dr. Everybody can hear you say that. Because Iris doesn't know, and it's very likely the man was her father. Jesus fucking Christ. She totally heard that.
Asa Shin, I shall let father know at once.
Yeah, good news, Iris. We found your dad. Your dad, yeah. Yes, I agree. Alright, tell me about my boyfriend. Kazuma, isn't it? Kazuma Asogi. You say he's a friend of yours, but it runs much deeper than that, buddy. My best friend, yeah, my best friend. My one and only, as Gojo would say. My best friend, my one and only. He's the whole reason I got to come to Britain. It was all on his merits. He's more than that. He's my best friend. Historians would call us best friends. And my bosom buddy. My totally not gay homo.
None of these people know that I was an undesirable child.
Thank you, Akechi. I have nothing but respect for him. Yes, I understand that only the very best students are selected for such opportunities. And I had a fine demonstration of how sharp he is in the proceedings earlier today. He missed nothing. In fact, his flawless performance very much reminded me of his father. Was hoping the friends line. Genshin Asogi, the professor, not the prosecutor. It's true that the aristocracy at the time was the root of numerous grave societal problems. They were abusing their power. For real, they were abusing their power. It's a job for the Phantom Thieves. Playing with the common man as pawns in politics, in economics, in war. In many ways, Asogi was carving out a canker from society that we British couldn't deal with ourselves. Ah, I see. But that's precisely why it made no sense. Clint Van
My
Zieks...
skills exceed yours.
Clint Van Ziek's skills far exceeded my own. Clint Van Zieks was a noble and upstanding man. He wasn't corrupt. Cosmo would say that. New Cosmo would absolutely say that in court. He wasn't corrupt. Are you sure about that? You're not just saying that because he's your brother, right? What if he was doing something you weren't aware of? Why did that damned Nipponese have to go and take my brother's life? This truly is the Akechi day, yeah. In spite of having once saved mine. Oh! He saved your life? How did that happen? What do you call Van Zieks an ugly prototype and tell him to get out? Wait, what, the professor, you mean? It was 10 years ago. That's 7 on a foggy night. What was to be the professor's final strike had sent a wave of panic through the capital. So Clint Van Zieks had already been killed at this point then. Genshin and I were walking down some back streets at a late hour. 10 years ago! Whoa! Of course, at that point, I had no idea of the true nature of the man at my side. All of a sudden... Don't make a peep, you're coming with us! Oh, he looks so young! What being the Reaper does to a motherfucker. It ages somebody. Is that fucking Karuma? And he has the wavy, he's not wearing like a bandana, but he's got the flowy fabrics like Kazuma did. I mean, he is kind of pretty. They're both pretty, okay? They're both very pretty. Oh, it's a Sonic. It's a Sonic joke. Ah. I need to play Sonic Adventure 2. I mean, I've seen the fan dub, but I need to actually play the game at some point. We were surrounded. All of our assailants were armed with pistols, their faces obscured by scarves. Clint was not only from noble heritage, he was a brilliant prosecutor as well. Look at that ring. That ring is quite prominent. Surely there's nothing significant about it. So you kind of suck Genshin, but yeah. Why do bad men have to be pretty? Please do play it sometimes, it's worth the glitches. Yeah, I feel like glitches are part of the old Sonic experience. Like, I tried playing Sonic Adventure DX, like, a couple months ago, and it was an absolute mess, and I loved every second of it. The scum of London hated the sight of him, and they had no sympathy for his younger brother, either. I'd been targeted several times before already. Yeah, Van Zieks are right. We got him! That's like a bad New York accent. Why'd I do that? I could hear them murmuring amongst themselves. I knew they were after me. But just when I thought my time had come. If I let them kill you, Clint would never forgive me. Was he really not the professor by chance? I don't know. It was Asogi's voice, just a whisper in my ear. What the hell? After that, wait, did Genshin have a gun there? Yeah, this is Old York, yeah. After that, I don't remember exactly what happened. The next thing I knew, there was silence all around. Genshin lay on the cobbled street. Okay, so he was shot then, I guess. Blood was seeping out from his left hand. He'd shielded me. Is the left hand significant, but in some way? That would be hilarious. 2 days later, they arrested him, if he was not actually the professor. On suspicion of being London's most notorious mass murderer ever, the professor.
How awful for you.
All at once, I lost the brother I revered, and the foreign friend I held in such high regard. I'm so sorry, Lord Van Zieks. That's the end of my miserable tale. I never thought I'd recount it to anyone. Well, thank you for confiding in me.
Aww. The Professor, the Reaper, and Inspector Gregson.
I need to make... should I add a Vine Boom sound effect?
I wonder just how intimately related they all are.
I still can't quite believe that Gregson was essentially the Reaper. Giving assassination orders to Giselle Brecht. Are you talking about intimate relations? Yeah. Intimately related. I would abuse that. Please make the vine boom.
Let's go and inform my father. I'm sure our government will want to hear about this new information. Oh, that means I get to meet your daddy, Susie! Hooray!
Aww. Yes, alright. So, Iris is collecting Dad's, like, Pokemon cards. Although, one of them just died. If you count Gregsy as a father. Gregsy's not really a father figure to her, I guess. But, you know, he's like a stepfather, I guess. In terms of, like, Sholmes adjacentness. I don't know. Let's go to the hotel. And you know, what the hell? Yeah, I should add that, because I do say that quite a lot. Oh my god. Iris is meeting Susato's parent. No, not like that. Not at all. Not like that. Nah, because Iris is just a little baby. Joking? Yeah, but still, like, yeah. He's attorney, what of a father versus stepfather? Yes! Father versus stepfather. Which one is Gregson for Iris? Father or stepfather? Or or the secret third thing, the father that stepped up?
I thought yesterday and I think it again today. This place is so princely.
It's a wild guess, but I have a feeling you'd think the same thing tomorrow, too. Gregson is the father that stepped up. Alright, makes sense. I can see that, for sure.
My tea has a finer fragrance than whatever they're serving in the tea room here, though, wouldn't you say?
Ah, look what we have here. This is an unexpected pleasure. Hey, Daddy.
Ah, Father. Ooh, is this your daddy, Susie? How lovely!
What a charming young lady. And you are? Oh, really? I love his little, like, wide-eyed face, like his little, like, whoa! And stop staring at me with them big ol' eyes! He's become British! No! First Kazuma, now Mikotoba! The British need to be stopped! So you're the author of The Adventures of Herlock Sholmes, are you?
Oh, and a little bow! That's me, Iris Wilson, at your service, sir. Susie's been such a wonderful friend to me over the last year, you know.
He's so cute, you're so right. Well, Miss Wilson, I must say I read your work regularly and with much interest. I'm not arguing with a man with big, brown, beautiful eyes. Whatever you say, gorgeous. Yeah. Oh, it's still the same color palette. Oh yeah, it's his, like, Japanese clothes too. You're right.
Iris actually lives with Mr. Sholmes, you know, Father.
Is that so? Well, perhaps that goes some way to explaining the bright look in your eyes. You wouldn't be smiling so early if you knew just how bright she is, believe me. Now then, young Naruhodo, it was a pleasure seeing you in action earlier. As an invitee of the symposium, I was allowed to observe from the gallery, after I twisted some arms. And I must say, it was truly exemplary performance. Oh, well, thank you very much. Although I'm fairly sure you omitted by Kazuma on the end there. No, please don't misunderstand. Yeah, Ryunosuke, you should know by now that people can hear your thoughts. It was you who impressed me. Really? You didn't miss a step against Asogi, and we all know how capable he is. Really, to have matured in such a fine defense lawyer in less than a year is quite extraordinary. It's very kind of you to say so. And really nice to hear. What I saw in court today confirmed what I'd been hoping for. The favor I mentioned yesterday, Naruhodo. I trust you haven't forgotten. Oh, no, you did mention something, didn't you? Yeah, Mikotobas could hear your blue words. It's genetic.
But first, we have something to report, Father.
Of course, of course. Shall we take tea while we discuss matters further? I wonder where's Judge Jigoku. Yeah, where's the Judgy? Not Uji. Where's Judge Boy?
Father, do you know about the so-called Reaper of the Bailey?
I've heard rumors. Some members of the judiciary explained it all to me yesterday. The definition in his hand? Yeah. They put a lot of work into those hands. Of course, when I was a visiting student here in London, the Reaper was yet to emerge. Right, he didn't appear until after that case when the visiting students had already returned home. Lord Van Zeeks, who was in the dock today. That was Barock, the younger brother of Clint Van Zeeks, I believe.
That's right. And he's known throughout London as the Reaper of the Bailey, as you've heard. But the truth is, it wasn't him behind in all of those mysterious deaths. It was somebody else.
I see. So what you're saying is, there's been a professional killer at work here? And I wonder if you know something about it by chance? Somebody by the name of Asa Shin, in fact. I beg your pardon, he knows that name. Did you say Asa Shin? You mean that Giselle Brett woman who was responsible for killing my great friend? Great friend. Great friend.
Oh no! A friend.
Oh God. Is Mikatoba gonna be the one to reveal it? Oh no.
Oh no! A friend of yours was killed?
She said you're one big man whore.
That is a man whore, ladies and gentlemen. And non-binary bros and pals and whatever Adam said. The one good thing Adam said. Bitches, bros, and non-binary hoes. The one valid Adam line. Yeah, no one died. It's okay. Don't worry about it. Yes. He also had a friend who was a boy. Yeah.
My skills exceed yours.
Professor Mikatoba, I think perhaps we shouldn't discuss this right now.
Because the friend the professor's talking about is Dr. John H. Wilson.
And that's not something we want Iris to find out about. Not like this, anyway. She's gonna hear your thoughts. Well, only the Mikatobas can hear. Oh, we're gonna talk about it anyway. Okay.
I've just remembered something. Biscuits! This hotel has the most delicious looking biscuits.
That was rather out of the blue. Get Iris out of here. She's doing this deliberately.
I think I'll go and see if I can purchase some. I wonder, would you like to come too, Iris?
Good one.
Oh, yes. You'll just try to leave me behind.
Yes, I'm more skilled at dating Naruto-san than you'll ever be. Man, yeah, she did not go to the Ontokamki School of Acting, that's for sure. So that young girl is called Iris Wilson, is she? Yes, that's right. And she's the author of all those adventure stories starring the great detective Sholmes. I left my excuse in the other room. Iris, can you help me find it?
Of course, Susie. Anything for you.
But the name of the credited author isn't Iris, is it? It's Dr. John H. Wilson. Yes, I know. That's the name of her father, you see. Her father? Dr. John H. Wilson. I was deeply indebted to the man for all the kindness he showed me during my time in London. Why does it look like this chair's like been cut in half? I'm sorry, I know it's like we only see part of the chair because of the angle, but like, it looks so like sharply cut in half there. The asset's probably cut in half, I don't know. I don't know why I was looking at that. That's why I was keen to reciprocate and invite him to the Imperial Yume University 4 years ago. And then he would die. Man. He was murdered last year by Giselle Brett. Why? Why would the hand of the Reaper stretch all the way to Japan? Iris knows nothing about that case, but it seems very likely that the victim, Dr. Wilson, was her father. Well, I can't say that we ever spoke about his family, so I don't know if he had a daughter or not. But I think I can say with some certainty that he was never the great detective's partner. What? He was never the oh, so could have been another Dr. Wilson? Well, John and Wilson are both common names after all. It's like it occurs with the symmetry. Yeah, it's like, instead of like curving, it's just like chopped in half there. Still, it's probably best not to mention this to the young lady until we can be sure. That's what we thought, yes.
We're back with cinnamon biscuits.
Oh, they smell delicious, Iris.
I think cinnamon will go very well with the tea they serve here, don't you, Susie? Yes, I'm sure you're right, Iris.
Iris jump scare. Alright, where's the judge? I haven't seen Judge Shigoku for a while, have you? Kiryu-chan! Guilty! Ho, 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 ho. But that guilty is still ringing in my ears. She's talking about the guy from House Empty. His name is James. I've never watched House, actually. No, now you mention it, I haven't seen him since this morning either. I suppose since the symposium's opening was postponed, he'll have gone to explore the Great Exhibition.
That reminds me of something you mentioned yesterday. About Judge Shigoku having once been in the dock himself?
Oh, yes. It was all tied up with that accursed trial. Are you gonna say the words? Are you gonna say the words? Wow, they didn't say the words! I can't believe they didn't say the 10 years ago. Oh, it's a loose Holmes. Really? Interesting. Mm-hmm. Alright. Seishiro was trying to mitigate Genshin's guilt, so he took to the stand to testify. But he got a little carried away and, actually managed to break the witness stand. Oh, is he strong? Did he have a gavel and just go bow, bow, bow? House, Holmes, ooh. He also said with some contemptuous words about the British Empire. Wow, free speech, baby. Oh dear. Although it's worryingly easy to imagine him doing that. Well, it was alright. In the end, he was acquitted and we returned home to Japan together.
Thank goodness.
Ah, yes. Talking of Seishiro.
The picture!
This is gonna be evidence in some way, but like, I want this to be nice and wholesome and not used as some kind of evidence. Aww. Looks like Ryunosuke grew some boobs too. Aww. He took Kazuma's boobs after he took up his ambitions as well. Remember joking about the drummer being breaking the witness bench? Oh no. Jigoku did it first? Oh my god. Man. Mm-hmm.
Oh, what a lovely picture.
It certainly seems to shout, "We've arrived in Britain!" Oh jeez, this is evidence. I don't like that. I don't like the implications of this being evidence. What are you men up to? None of us had any idea what was coming when we took that, did we?
No. No, that's so true. That's so true, Father. True, so true, bestie father.
So, you mentioned a favor you'd like to ask me? I can imagine the giant, like the judge, yeah. Just so you can look at the nice picture. I hope that's the case! I hope that's the case! Well, this fateful trial that you're fighting, one way or another, it'll be over before long. And when it is, I'd like you to accompany me back to... Really?
What?
No! Don't take away more of Iris's family! Stop! No, we can't do this to her.
Father, what's the meaning of this?
Now, Sato, you should understand. You've seen how our courts work firsthand. Japan's judicial system is in its infancy, especially when it comes to defense.
Oh, you mean...
The Supreme Court of Judicature is in desperate need of a good defense lawyer. As soon as possible. Really quite urgently, in fact. Yeah, clearly we weren't doing a little smooching in there, yeah. But I've not even been in London a year yet. I've read all of Susato's reports. I'm well aware of how your extraordinary talents. And having seen you in action with my own eyes earlier today, there's no question. You, Naruhodo, are precisely the man our country needs. Are you sure you just don't want me out of Britain for some secret government purposes? I don't know!
So, you'd be leaving then, Runo?
Look how... Miko Toba, look, you made Iris sad.
But then...
What am I supposed to do, Father? Yeah, because she can't be in the courtroom, because she's... Yeah. You came here to serve as Asogi's judicial assistant. Oh, yes, she's supposed to be Kazuma's assistant. Is she gonna stay here? Our government is still in the process of deciding how best to deal with his situation, though. You've always chosen your own path, Susato, and I trust your judgment. In this matter also. So she can stay here and be Kazuma's assistant or go back into Japan with Ryunosuke? Please, a pair of you. Don't look so downcast. It's merely a suggestion, you understand. A hope, if I'm honest. But I won't force you. All I ask is that you consider it, and come to a decision by the time this trial Yeah, that's like a day, buddy! That's barely any time to think about it.
Oh, am I mistaken? I thought I heard something about delicious pancakes.
Man. You like to tell I never had.
Dad, what the fuck? No! We can't leave her! You won't leave, will you, Bruno?
Yeah, Ketchy's going crazy today, yeah. Thought hadn't even crossed my mind. Up until now, I've just been trying to do what I believe to be Kazuma's will. But it turns out that he's still alive, so now what? Where does that leave me? My whole life's purpose has changed. Yes. Bold, level-headed, wise beyond her years young lady. Well, if you'll excuse me now. I need to telegram government ministers and the Japanese police with this information about Asa Shin. Asa Shin. Yes, oh my god, he's a feminist! Good for him. Good for him.
Of course, Father. Thank you.
I look forward to next month's installment, Miss Wilson.
Oh, good. And please, do come to Baker Street sometime, won't you? We'd love to entertain you.
I would be delighted. The best of luck for tomorrow, Naruhodo. And give my suggestion your full consideration, won't you? Yes, I will. Going back home?
You know, Kazuma-sama has always meant a great deal to my father. I'm sure he'd love the chance to meet with him and talk to him about all of this.
Yes, no doubt. Does that mean we can talk to him now? Asa Shin. Of course, it's so obvious! How could I have neglected to consider the possibility before now? Mr. Shams!
Harley, where have you been?
Why, I join you all for tea, of course. What an extraordinary question!
Hi, Herlock. I didn't notice you at all.
No matter, no matter. Anyway, to more pressing concerns. Mr. Naruhodo! Yes? I must dispatch a telegram to your country at once. It is a matter of much urgency. To Japan, you mean? Tell me, to whom can I entrust the task? Quickly now, who?
Well... My father's just now left to send a telegram to the Imperial Police Bureau of Japan himself.
Oh my god, is it gonna be a meeting of the dads? I see. Well, he looked reliable enough for a bearded fellow.
I don't think my father's sports could be considered a beard, Mr. Sholmes.
Man, just dragging her own father. There's not a moment to lose. Kindly ask your trusty unshaven father to see to this assent. Jesus.
I will, but what is it?
No questions at this time, if you please, Mrs. Sato. All we can do is pray that for once, my deduction is awry. Oh, bye! Oh, man. Does that imply your deductions are normally correct? He's like, shut up! Now then! You may be surprised to learn that I'm a very busy man. I certainly have no time to hide behind settees and eavesdrop on other people's conversations. So that's what joining us for tea meant. I leave the sending of this in your hands then, my dear fellows.
Bye.
Wait a minute, Mr. Sholmes!
He just sort of ran off, didn't he? At quite a pace.
And left the unpaid bill for his tea behind, too.
I must catch up with Father at the telegraph office at once. And I will run and call us a cab straight away.
And now I'm alone. And there was me thinking everyone would be clamoring to pay Mr. Shulton's bill. Since I'm alone, can I go talk to Kazuma now? Since I'm alone, can I go talk to... 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 Since I'm alone Can I talk to him while I'm alone? Hi again, Clint. Look at those legs. Oh wait, no, my god. My camera's covering the legs and the live Van Zeeks too. Live Baroque reaction.
Teammates! Friends! To hell with that!
It's playing the song too. But anyways, I was about to say Clint's legs are in the corner, but my face is covering them. Hi, big Clint painting. Can you? Why do you have to? This song makes me want to throw up. I thought it wouldn't be long before you paid me a visit, Ryunosuke. I was right about what I said, wasn't I? Oh, sorry. Oops, did I interrupt you? I'm sorry, bestie. Oh. That you have all the makings of a great defense. He's smiling at me!
Teammates! Friends! To hell with that!
Not again! Are you serious? Well, I always believe you to fulfill your dream of advocating in the British courts. Is that a typo? Fulfill. There should be 2 L's at the end. I just never imagined for 1 second that it would be as a prosecutor. Aw. Seeing you stand in a foreign
Joker,
courtroom.
there's a treasure chest. We can get more money.
More money. Hi, Matt Mercer. Big Clint painting best supporting character in the game. Fulfill is single. Oh, really? I swear there were 2 L's at the end. Well, you'll learn something new. Typo in the DGS chat. Oh, is that like the British spelling with 1 L? Ah. 2 spellings, interesting.
Seeing you stand in a foreign courtroom so gallantly realizing your dream, Kazuma-sama.
Is this his dream though?
I'm truly happy for you.
And I'm truly thankful to you, Judicial Assistant Mikotoba. Aww. Ryunosuke, I always thought it would be fun for you and I to shake up the British legal system a little together. Yeah! This isn't quite how I envisaged it, but I suppose it's just another twist of fate. I've learned a lot of things during my time in London. About how Susato-san's father was himself a visiting student here once, along with Judge Jigoku. And about what happened with your father. Then you'll have no difficulty understanding why I had no choice. Why I had to find a way to get to Britain as a visiting student myself. So this is his secret mission, was relating to this somehow. I want to hear it from you, Kazuma. Be honest with me. As you wish, Ryunosuke Naruhodo. You're so formal with me! Okay. He dreamt of shaking it. Have I played the Escapades? I have not. Kazuma, this is your armband. Actually, I think it's yours now. Sorry? You're the defense lawyer. You have a talent for it. I've always known that you would. And now you've chosen to take that path in life. As your friend, I couldn't be happier for you, or more proud. Kazuma. So you keep hold of that. Besides, I am a prosecutor now. That armband would have no meaning for me. Well, if you're sure, thank you, my friend. But we can't cross off the name on the inside. We gotta keep that name on the inside. Oh, I have to play them. What is Escapades? What is that? Kazuma, I still have your I mean, yeah, it's the glove. Little bonus stories. Ooh. For like Ace Attorney, like the original. They're they're DGS extras. Oh yes, I will have to absolutely play those for sure. For sure. Anything else I want to show him? Wig! Oh, nothing to say about that? Okay. There's only one place for defense lawyers and prosecutors should discuss evidence, the courtroom. So it seems we're still confused by the situation. That's what I make of it. I get the feeling my friend's always going to have the edge over me, isn't he? Edgeworth! Cosmo, would you go red for me? Oh my god, can we be like the red and blue? Like, what if we were red and blue and we were both boys? I'll take place in the first game, so there's no spoilers. Okay, that's good. He ain't decided if he wants a Goro or a Sumi. Stop! Man. Literally me and my playthrough. Oh yeah, it's his office now! I can examine things now with him here! Friendship ended with a big Clint painting. I accidentally put a dent on my curly— No! I'm so sorry, Faye, no! Yeah, Robin Hood and Ryunosuke to summon our set! Alright, Halo, do you get to drink from these? Do you get to drink from these, Cosmo? Please say yes. Lord Van Zeek's fine collection of hallowed chalices and bottles. I'll need the— Oh yeah, tell us how long you practiced the, slicing the top off and then dodging the chalices. Yes, he's extremely particular about all that. He has a strict regime for everything, from the storage of the casks to the bottling of their contents. Gosh, he must be having a really tough time of it being his apprentice. Actually, no. Oh? He's so particular about it all, he refuses to let anybody else touch it. Oh, new sprite! Why is So, okay, interesting. So it's been quite easy for me, in fact. Talk about weird. Gay little chessboard. He is so sassy now with the— There's Lord Van Zeek's incredibly stylish desk. It's not my style, though. No, I've noticed you've been working at the little table on the floor, kneeling down Seiza style. I love that sprite. He had it in the first game. I know, it fits in so much better now, I feel. Yeah, it's an honor to that he gets to interact with the prized wine and vessels, yes. I thought it was some kind of punishment set up by Lord Van Zeek's when I first saw it. I find it the most comfortable way to work. I can't do it. After a couple minutes of sitting with my legs folded under me, they start to go tingly. Don't exaggerate, Ryunosuke. We both know you can't even manage a minute. They boink and Seiza style. Oh! I need a screenshot of this. This is going in the screenshot collection. In what way? Are you like... Is this just... We default to what's familiar to us. So you know about his leg stamina is what you're saying. Horniest man in the room, fight against every Freudian slip imaginable! These swords don't hold a candle to Karuma. Alright. The gun, the key, the wig. What the? It's a scale model of the crime scene. Oh, yes, I realize that. Does the prosecution office make a model of the scene for every single case? True! Do-do-do-do-do. So I guess we know Cosmos. Man, he can't stand being on his knees. Stop. Apparently so. Sometimes it helps to visualize things better and notice things you hadn't spotted before. Actually, the miniature notice board is my work. Oh, you made that! You did, you totally did. Oh, I'm so proud of you. That's the best part of this scene. Clint! Do you know who the man in the portrait is? Why would I? What? But you're Lord Van Zeek's apprentice! Yes, apprentice, not friend. And during the time I was suffering from amnesia, I didn't even notice that picture. Oh, really? I mean, it's not the smallest picture. And you don't understand the significance of that man and everything that's happening now. I wouldn't have the first idea what the man decorates his office with. Jeez. The bats! You disturbed the bats, did you? Fitting companions of Lord Van Zeeks, wouldn't you say? Are you a vampire now, Kazuma? Did Van Zeeks turn you or something? Is that what's going on here? Is that why you had the hood and the cape on when you were out in the sun? You can't be in the sun anymore? Yeah! Roar! Yeah, he didn't have any peripheral vision. Yeah, and a mask. Yeah, he couldn't see anything. True, yeah. You clipped that? Oh my god. Actually, I've seen things flying in Lord Strongheart's office too. Doves? Yeah, the little pixelated doves in the background. What does that mean? Perhaps you have to like birds to attain rank in the judiciary here. Although bats aren't birds, of course. How about a sparrow for you? What's that supposed to mean? Oh, nothing, sorry. Just thinking out loud.
I know it'd be cute to have a little sparrow on his shoulder. Oh, like a bird. And I have a little mousey on my shoulder.
I was about to say bats aren't birds, but he said it himself. Yeah, because he's a know-it-all bitch now. Casks for the ceiling, just it'd be, I don't know. Are you saying a phoenix? A crow? Well, I mean, Ryunosuke would be a phoenix, but even though he didn't come back from the dead, but he's obviously phoenix. Ha ha ha, but a crow. God damn it. Casks for the ceiling, just like the last time we were here. Hallowed barrels, I suppose. They're arranged according to vintage, flavor, and region. Every week, they're all taken out and put back in order. What? Every week? Lord Van Zeeks can't seem to settle on the perfect way of arranging them, you see. Vintage, flavor, and region don't neatly coincide, that's the trouble. You know what? I feel that. Like, do I organize my books by, like, author name, title name, alphabetical, like, how, yeah. Actually, no. He considers the task too important to entrust to anybody else, so he does it entirely on his own. So he's a barrel of laughs here and in court. Ha ha! This little desk, is that everything I can inspect? Imagine him struggling with these barrels. I hope there's like art or comics of it or something. Oh, Robin Hood is the design for the other one is based on Batman, and Robin Hood is based on really? That's really cool. I really like that. Hi. It's getting on for a year now since what happened on the SS Buria. We were headed across the ocean from Japan to Great Britain. I knew this picture was coming. Why do you look so pretty when you're pretending to be dead or unconscious? Rip Van Zeek's back, yeah. Yeah, meanwhile Joker's like, he gets Satan as a persona, yeah. Is superheroes. I don't want. If I think about Akechi wanting to be a hero, I will cry. So, and think about how any like art of him with the proof of justice gun as a kid, and like running and playing around with that, and like like a headcanon that his mom worked extra to like save up more money to buy it for him. Anyway, yeah, just Arsene, yeah, true. Is it Satanael? Well, yeah, that. Anyway, a bizarre series of coincidences led to these tragic events. I thought I'd lost my best friend forever. I must have been unconscious for a long time. When I awoke, I was lying on a bed. It was a narrow little room. There was a posy of flowers by the pillow. It took me a little while to realize that I was in the cabin of a ship. Are posies like death flowers or something? So you really thought that was like your deathbed. Raoul is true, yeah. I slipped out of the room and headed up onto the deck. Were you already suffering from amnesia at that point? Yes, I didn't know what had happened, or where I was. There was just this voice in my head. You have something you have to do, something no one else can know about. Go to Great Britain. Your task awaits you there. It was a calling I couldn't ignore. It compelled me relentlessly. Out on deck, I saw that I was on a huge steamship and were docked in a large port.
It must have been Hong Kong.
Yes, it must have been. Presumably just before they were due to carry your body off the ship. I had no idea of the situation, but I did have the feeling that this was in some way my last chance. So I concealed myself among the disembarking passengers and went ashore. Then I disappeared into the crowded streets of that foreign port city, so I could plan my onward journey to Great Britain. How did that go? Tell me about it. You have to do something, go to England. You ever wake up with an urge to go to Britain? Yeah, I think that would be a very concerning thing. Posies are flowers of remembrance for the departed. I'm gonna throw up. Just under a year ago, with all my past memories lost to me, I was left behind in Hong Kong. Everything was foreign to me. The sights, the sounds, the smells. My head reeled. I was truly at a loss. I realize now that I'd escaped as a dead man, with nothing but the clothes on my back. No money, of course.
Oh, how terrifying for you.
Luckily, though, I had 2 feathers in my cap. One being your knowledge of English, I suppose? That's right. And on the back of that, I was able to pick up some work as a deckhand on a cargo ship. Eventually, after calling at countless ports, I finally arrived at Dover. That must have been some 3 months ago now. Your formidable tenacity of purpose showing itself again. I mean, the man had lost his memory and literally had nothing to his name, but he still managed to make his way to London on the opposite side of the world. What a guy. Oh yeah! His brain damage and the deckhand work is how he got buff. Okay. Okay. He can send you the image from the art book. Sailor art? That's why his boobs are big? Yes, oh my god, Sailor Kazuma. Jump up and make it physical. Yeah, I hate when I get brain damage and then become a buff sailor. Of course, I had no idea why I'd moved heaven and earth to get here at that point. So how did you end up becoming Lord Van Zeke's apprentice then? That can only be called an extraordinary stroke of luck, really. You see, I was stopped at the border because I had no papers. They took me straight to Scotland Yard. And by sheer coincidence, Lord Strongheart was there to attend a meeting. And he, yeah, but oh my god, how do you unplural that? So the sea. It's not the sea man. Man. That's when the second feather in my cap came into play.
Would that have been your knowledge of the law?
Yes, exactly. Lord Strongheart was curious about an Easterner with intimate knowledge of British law. He took me back with him to the Supreme Court and assigned me to the prosecutor's office. So just by pure chance you're a prosecutor rather than a defense attorney? So why aren't you switching back? You gonna send me the art book picture? Okay, please do, please do. I need to see this. And then 9 days ago, you finally got your memory back after the trial involving Drebber. What did you do with an amnesiac sailor? Yes, I did. Okay, you sent it? And alright, I need to see this. This is gonna be very important. Oh! Oops! I didn't mean to do that! No! Double deckhand Kazuma, I need to see this. Mark my words, Ryunosuke. I'll be chosen as a visiting student and make my way to Great Britain someday. Alright, I need to pull up this. Hold on, I gotta pull up this. This amnesia's so select. He forgot everything but laws, and it's like SpongeBob. He forgot everything but fine dining and breathing. Like, it's literally him. Alright, I need to see this. Hold on. Give me 1 second. And this is official art! Oh my god! Okay, and the you know what? I'm starting to appreciate the forehead now. Like, he looks good with his bangs pushed back like that, like in the wind. Like, why? Oh my god. Oh my god, that's actually... I think about this concept art on a regular basis. I see. How is he carrying all that with just that? Thank you so much for this. This is beautiful. Wow. Rawr indeed. This is amazing. Yeah, he can he can carry a person. He can carry Ryunosuke over his shoulder like that now. I can just pick him up like a rag doll and like flop him over. Man. Thank you so much for that. That was amazing. Better than I could have hoped.
Man, a watermelon.
And a watermelon! Ever since I met you at Yume, you talked about your dream, yeah? The mesh shirt. Mm-hmm. Wait, hold on, I'm gonna look at this one more time. Yeah, it's like the...
You said you're one big man whore.
There it is, the man whore! That is a man whore. He should have been at the club, yeah! It's kind of reminding me of like Will's camp outfit in Baldur's Gate with like the form fitting with like the little like lacing at the top. Second pick for the line. What was your first pick for the line? Because man whore is very fitting for this. I'd hit it. Yep, that's the best. Yep, that's even better. Okay. Whoops, wrong screen. Mark my words, Ryunosuke. I'll be chosen as a visiting student and make my way to Great Britain someday. And why did you do that originally? Because you had you wanted to learn something about your dad? I guess. Oh, here we go then. Did you know the entire time about what happened to your father here? Oh my god, something different than 10 years ago. 16 years ago. Really looks just like his dad. Like the sprite of him with his arms crossed and then the bandana flowing and the smile. He really did. That's literally like the pose that he does. That's one of his sprites. Yeah, he's got a little kid.
Look at this photograph.
Oh, he looks so bright-eyed and excited to be in the world. Oh. My father left on that exciting trip to Great Britain. I was just a boy. He took a photograph the day before his departure. It's my last memory of him. But what I remember most about my father is his unswerving sense of justice. He was 8 years old. He was an innocent baby. He was just a little baby. He was baby boy baby back then, and now he's evil. Wait, was that the training sword? Oh. Oh. 6 years after he left, a gentleman called at our family home. He told me that Genshin, my father, had been taken ill in England and passed away. It was Professor Mikotoba. Your father, Susato-san. Oh my! Copying his dad! Yeah, lifting his chin, trying to... Yeah! Girls went father figure. Although this is literal father. Actual biological father. Girls win fathers. Ever since then, the professor was very good to me. He even helped fund my university education at Yume. I'll be forever in his debt. But nevertheless, I just couldn't bring myself to believe what he told me. Oh. Girls went fathers. Yeah. And then Mikotoba basically adopted him. Then one day a letter arrived at our house from Britain. There was no indication of the sender, so I opened it assuming it was from an old acquaintance of my father. Not even a girl, but Savia. Girls would exist outside of gender, yeah. What I read in that letter changed my entire life. What did it say? It said that my father had been a mass murderer, and the writer cursed the Asogi name.
Oh no!
Girls when none of them is actually girls. As a result of that letter, I found out what had been hidden from me all those years. Was that from Van Zeek? Presumably, the letter was sent from a relative of one of the victims. But how did they find you? How did they track you down? Did they just send that to you out of spite? Like, they had to have some kind of purpose for bringing you here. Unless it was one of the other people on the disc? Maybe, I don't know. Whoever it was had been a member of the judiciary. He could have been present at a closed trial. The letter revealed that my father had been sentenced to death, executed for being a killer. He found out through Tumblr and on hate! Stop! I'm so sorry you had to find out that way. I imagine the British government did its very best to silence whoever sent that letter. But someone who knew the truth and couldn't bear the resentment was always going to be a problem.
But still, it could have been written by anyone. Why would you believe such a thing?
There was a newspaper cutting included with the letter. It was the first I'd ever heard of the professor and his terrible killing spree.
Well, what did my father have to say about the letter?
Yeah, awkward call-out post for his... So I'm making a call-out post for Genshin Asogi. Yes, I've come to make an announcement. Genshin Asogi's a bitch. I can't speak. I fucked it up. I slurred my words. I've come to make an announcement. Genshin Asogi's a bitch-ass motherfucker. He killed my fucking brother. That's right. He took his fucking knife out and killed... No. He took his hound out and killed my fucking brother. I couldn't bring myself to show it to him. Why not? Because he deliberately concealed the truth from me by telling me my father was taken by fatal illness. You ever look your dad and see, yes, why Genshin Asogi is problematic, a thread. That couldn't have been easy for him, and he did it out of consideration for my feelings. So instead, I showed the letter to Judge Jigoku this way. I don't know who sent the letter, but I think it was Herlock. That would be kind of funny. Herlock just trying to, like, stir shit up. To the other visiting student. He faltered for the briefest of moments, but then he just laughed the letter off. Reported Anon to staff. But in that moment, I saw it on his face. He was undeniably shocked, shaken momentarily, before recovering his poise. Yeah, he would do that just for funsies, wouldn't he?
Oh, Shomzy.
A year later, my bereaved mother succumbed to the strain of grief, and she too passed away. That's when I made up my mind that one day, without fail, I would cross the seas to Britain and seek the truth for myself. Aww. The baby sword! The truth about my father, Genshin Asogi. And I wouldn't let anyone stand in my way.
Oh, Kazuma-sama.
F in the chat for Mom Sogi, yeah. Man. What we learned today in court turned things completely on their head. It was an impressive piece of lawyering, Ryunosuke Naruhodo. Lord Van Zeeks isn't the Reaper, you know. I almost don't want to believe it myself, but it turns out that Inspector Gregson himself, the victim, was... It's clear that the Inspector was behind the Reaper's activity all along. You mean you knew? The real question is, who's been giving orders to the Inspector? Yes, Barak Van Zeeks is the real Reaper. Yeah, he full named him. Boyfriend is in serious mode, yeah. And I know that 10 years ago, is I 8 now? It was him who decided my father must be a mass murderer and sent him to his grave. So you don't buy that for the... So you don't buy that he was really a mass murderer, I guess? So I guess it is a vengeance then.
No! He was merely seeing that justice was done as the law dictates. He's not to blame.
Ultimately, it's people who condemn people. The law is just a tool that they use to do it. And when a man condemns another, he must take responsibility for his actions. Of course he must. But I know for certain that my father would never have taken another man's life. Kazuma? On the contrary, my father's life was taken by the Reaper. Alright, do I have to show him something else? Is there anything else I need to do here? Because I didn't... Yeah. Alright, so there's something I haven't done yet here. Or do I need to get some more information somewhere else and then show it to him, maybe? But if I leave and come back, it's gonna be playing the Prosecutor Reborn again. Do you wanna go light these up, buddy? The Reaper. At last, I get to take my revenge. Kazuma? I see. I guess he destroyed the wax figure because it portrayed his dad as a mass murderer and he doesn't want that to be the case. I see now. Lord Van Zieks isn't responsible for your father's death, and he's not the Reaper. I figured it out. I see. It took me a minute. He's the defendant and deserving of a fair trial. You mean like the one my father had? I almost said it whenever you said that. Yeah. It's a closed trial now. The conditions are exactly as they were 10 years ago. And even if it ruffles some feathers, I have a plan to show that man for who he really is, or what he really is. Kazuma? Yeah. Girls win. Guys are out for vengeance. Do I need to go find evidence somewhere else and show it to him? I was shocked when I found out they were related to the case, the Red-Headed League, I mean. Personally, it wasn't their plan to swindle everyone that surprised me. It was the fact that so many red-headed people gathered from all over London that day. Girls when they commit their entire lives to revenge quests because of their fathers. Yeah! Yeah! But in entirely different directions, too. One to get revenge for their father, the other revenge against their father. Throwing up. And a great detective! The pipeline is pipelining! Great detective! Of course, when Great Detective is on screen, yeah. The pipeline really is pipelining, my god. I expect those two are in their cells as we speak, wishing they never dreamt up their little plan. Or maybe they're busy plotting their next one. What do you think about this man? What do you think about this woman? Not interested in women, right? Yeah.
Hello, LGBTQ community.
Yep. Can I give him a little smoochie before I leave? Because I do have other places to visit, like the hospital bed, the room. I'm wondering if I need to get something from one of those locations and show it to him to get more dialogue. Susato! Are you saying because it's like dark and dank in there and he's like a vampire in a crypt? Is that what you're suggesting, or do you think he belongs in jail? Alright. Maybe we go to one of these other places and get more information and then show it to Kazuma. I love Susato. She's so silly. She is very silly. She's so funny. Alright, but we'll go here and then we'll go back to Kazuma. I'm always happy to come back to Kazuma. Is this... This looks exactly like St. Bartholomew's. Are all hospitals in London built like with like a standard blueprint or something?
This is the ward where Mr. Vigil was brought, apparently.
To be frank, I'm a little worried about seeing him again. Hi, Plain Man. There's one hospital in the whole game no one's allowed to go anywhere else.
The lawyer. Hello again. Are you feeling better now, Mr. Vigil?
Yes, thank you. Somewhat better. I'm so sorry to have caused you to... I mean, it was because of me. If I hadn't exposed your secret and forced you to remember things you'd obviously tried to forget. I love this sprite. Pathetic man. The prosecutor was here until a few moments ago, too. You just missed him. Kazuma beat us to it.
He said much the same as you. He was very apologetic.
But the truth is, I brought all this upon myself. Please don't think like that.
Keeping it from Evie, my wife, all these years, I've carried such a sense of guilt. But that's not the worst of it. Over time, I obviously came to deceive myself as well.
Thinking at a 45-degree angle. He's voguing, yeah.
You mean about your dismissal?
This is a wedding ring, right? Because the ring in the flashback of Van Zeeks and Genshin Asogi kind of stood out because Genshin was wearing a ring, but it had like a red gem in it. Not like this. But look at me trying to make connections that probably aren't there. And now that I said that, it's gone. He's so mute, I'm drawing. Me when I'm just sitting. Alrighty. What if that is Genshin Asogi's ring? Like, I didn't see a ring on Eevee. You think that's his wedding band? That's what I would think.
I'm beginning to think that perhaps Inspector Gregson didn't stumble across me by accident at all. I mean, he compensated me so generously for acting as a stand-in.
She is wearing gloves, so I couldn't see whether she, I couldn't see her ring.
He was clearly concerned for my well-being and doing what he could to help.
So perhaps Gregson knew exactly what had become of Mr. Vigil all along then. Damn.
I'm sure this is just desserts for 10 years of lies and deception, but...
If it wasn't me that helped the professor escape 10 years ago, it wasn't me! I swear it! I swear it's true!
Oh, Mr. Vigil?
I'm sure you'd rather not dredge up even more from your past at this time, but we're gonna make you do it anyway. If possible, could you tell us exactly what really happened?
I need to get all this off my chest.
I just want someone to tell me what I should have done. This belongs to me now, I guess. Oh, you don't have anything to say about it. Ugh, my head. It's throbbing.
It's too soon, Mr. Naruhodo. It's too much for him.
It's too much for me seeing him swoon like that. Maybe I should lay off the evidence for a while. Alright, let's snoop. This notice caught my eye before, actually.
I suppose it's some sort of slogan for the ward. A cheerful welcome message, perhaps?
Let's see. Pay with good cheer, leave with good cheer. Well, look at that. You were spot on, Mrs. Sato. It's full of cheer.
I wonder how many discharged patients pay their medical bills with good cheer, though.
Once I had to have a very painful injection when I fell ill with a cold. The one cold you've ever had in your life. I felt awful already, so why did I have to suffer the sting of the injection as well as the bill? I yelled at the doctor. Wasn't he like 5 years old at the time?
Oh dear, what terrible treatment of the doctor.
She has sympathy for the doctor, not you, Ryunosuke. There are all sorts of medicines in this cabinet, look. I'm not sure if it's safe leaving them in reach of everyone like this. Yeah, with what happened with Olive.
Yes, you're right. I can imagine if you were peckish, you might try some of the pills.
Oh my god, we're back to eating suspicious objects. do people think pills are sustenance here? Well, at least there seems to be a little lock to secure the cabinet doors. Between eating soap, pills, and Iris's suspicious materials for her experiments, so many non-food things were eaten in case 2 too.
Hello, spicy chicken sandwich, welcome. How are you?
Yes, it's candy!
I don't imagine that would stop you if you were very hungry. I worry that you break the lock.
Hunger doesn't turn me into a criminal, you know, Mrs. Sato. These must be the patient's treatment notes. Let's see. Tendency to jump from windows. Remember to place cushion at base of wall. So you do that instead of bolting the window shut? Aren't we a story up from the ground here?
Oh dear. Poor Mr. Vigil.
You alright? Glad to hear that. We're doing pretty well. Case is going really well. It's going well. Yeah, they gotta make it nice and soft. Yeah. Pillows are cheaper and they gotta... I can't help feeling there's a better solution to the problem than a cushion, though. Finding something you lost isn't always a happy experience, it turns out. Pursuing the truth can be a very dark business sometimes, can't it?
Yes, I'm afraid it can.
The mouse isn't... There's no mice here this time. No mice will die in here, I guess. Patient treatment notes. What do they say, I wonder? Endlessly obliging? I suppose it's referring to the patient in this bed. They just like me for real.
I would think so. And until Mr. Vigil is a little more stable, it's probably just as well that he has a kindly person in the neighboring bed.
The endlessly part is a little worrying. Yeah, people pleaser, just like me. I mean, what if Mr. Vigil suddenly declared that he'd like to take a trip out of the window? Would this endlessly obliging patient simply open it for him and say, "Be my guest"?
Let's check with the doctor later.
Good to prepare for every scenario. There are lots of bottles in that cabinet there, aren't they? Do you think it's safe to keep them there?
If you were a patient here, I felt sure you'd take some medicine by mistake when you were half asleep.
Really? Do you like sleepwalk like that? That is a worry, but at least the cabinet has a lock, even if it's only a flimsy-looking one.
Oh, I've no doubt you've managed to unlock that somehow while you were half asleep as well.
There are limits even to what I can do when I'm half asleep, you know, Mrs. Sato. Look, a pair of crutches. Before I came to Britain, I hadn't realized they were used here as well.
Man, a
A watermelon, yeah. What if you want a watermelon and when you're half asleep? Yeah, look at your 3 a.m. watermelon. Oh boy, 3 a.m. Swallows a whole watermelon.
I imagine they were imported into Japan from Great Britain in the first place.
Oh, so no one in all of Japan broke a leg before their arrival? Anyway, the sight of these things doesn't bring back good memories for me.
Oh dear. Did you injure yourself once and need to use some?
When I was little. I thought they looked fun, so I borrowed a pair to play with. But then I slipped and sprained my ankle.
I see.
Slicing up my pills, dreaming of watermelon. They contain powerful magic, those wooden staffs. The power to heal and the power to harm.
I think a certain cheeky little boy managed to cause the harm all by himself.
Alright. Let's talk, buddy. Inspector Gregson was obviously engaged in a special operation of some sort. Sato, I love it. I love the way she just, like, just rags him all the time. She's just saying, you're a dumbass. Yeah. Yeah, she was probably surprised to find him alive when she came back here. You know, Iris was the one keeping both him and Sholmes alive, obviously, but... He was investigating something that even Scotland Yard couldn't know about. Details of the Reaper's marks, yes. It was when he had to carry out those investigations that I would take his identification and impersonate him. Ooh. You pretend to be the inspector and carry out investigations on his behalf? Oh no! What was that? Oh no, never! A common street peddler couldn't possibly carry out a proper police investigation. All I would do is go to the specified location and make a little hoo-ha. What the fuck? A hoo-ha? Just something to leave an impression, so everyone there would think a detective called Gregson was here. So, that's what you were doing on the day prior to the incident? Yes, he asked me to make an appearance at the park on Lime Street for the Red-Headed League event. So, as usual, I flashed the inspector's identification around and was very vocal about my presence.
But then you were taken prisoner by those red-headed fraudsters.
Definitely left an impression on me. So, you would always make a point of showing Gregson's identification and generally being loud? Did you bring fish and chips with you?
That's what the inspector asked me to do, yes. Well, that's one way of becoming a legendary detective, I suppose. Not a good one, though.
And as you know, I suffered this bruising around my neck at their hands. But the following day, they kept their word and released me. Without returning the inspector's identification to you, however.
We had arranged to meet in the Fresno Street room at 5 that day so I could report back to the inspector.
But at the agreed time, that's when I heard the gunshot. Nine! It was at midnight on 17th June 10 years ago. That was the time scheduled for the execution. But the professor's execution never actually took place, did it?
Or rather, the execution itself must have been used to effect the plan of escape.
10 years ago!
I hardly dare to imagine what a chilling plan it was.
Or is it 8? Is it 9 or 8? God. Barclay was renowned for being the highest security prison in the country. Everything that went in or out of the place was searched multiple times. But there was one notable exception. Or rather, one notable loophole. Something that was never questioned. I have a feeling I know what that loophole was now. The coffins into which the bodies of the executed convicts were placed, correct?
Yes.
Once the coroner had confirmed the death of a condemned convict, the body was taken in its coffin for immediate burial in Lowgate Cemetery, just behind the prison. The chief warder first had to sign the necessary papers. And after that, no member of staff was permitted to touch the coffin containing the body again. When executions took place, only the executioner and the coroner were permitted inside the chamber. I would wait in the adjacent room for word that the condemned convict was dead. On that occasion, once I had that confirmation, I went into the mortuary to find a lone coffin as usual. The procedure was that I would sign the paperwork having checked the coffin, then nail it shut. But for some reason that day, the coffin was already nailed shut.
No!
Huh. I didn't think anything of it at the time. I assumed that my deputy must have checked the coffin and nailed it shut before I arrived. So, you mean the coffin contained? Yes. I can only imagine that Asogi, having escaped his execution somehow, was alive. Jesus Christ, that's horrifying. The coffin was then taken out through the main gates and deposited in Lowgate Cemetery.
Presumably, there wouldn't have been enough air inside to breathe for long.
So in the early hours following the burial, somebody dug up the coffin again to set Genshin free.
But in the end, he was fatally shot in the graveyard anyway. What on earth really happened in Lowgate Cemetery that night, I wonder?
I'm afraid I really don't know.
All I can say with certainty are two things. Asogi couldn't possibly have escaped that way without help from somebody working in the prison. And that somebody was not me.
Obviously, you knew the man then. The professor, I mean. Genshin Asogi.
Yes, I remember him well, in fact.
Would you mind telling us what you know?
Well, having been condemned to death as he was, any contact I had with the man was short, obviously. After that trial, which was carried out behind closed doors, attended only by elite members of the judiciary, they called for his execution to be carried out at the earliest possible opportunity.
The outcome of the trial was set from the beginning, wasn't it?
It was a time of delicate diplomacy, when Britain and Japan were in the process of signing an important treaty. That meant this potentially destabilizing case had to be dealt with swiftly and discreetly. The man had less than a week in total. As I was the chief warder, I oversaw his short stay in the cells until his final hour. I remember being struck deeply by his noble character and incredible resilience.
What do you mean exactly?
He was a killer of many men, but he was always quiet and polite. He was a gentleman and a man of intellect. In fact, I couldn't bring myself to believe what he'd done, so I asked him one day. There's 5 members of the aristocracy whose lives were taken. Were you really responsible?
I am guilty of the unforgivable crime of ending another human's life, yes. But he didn't— that's not necessarily an answer to that question, of having taken those 5 particular lives.
The following day, the closed trial took place, and the verdict was no surprise.
Guilty.
That night, when he was brought back to his cell, I saw something unusual.
Something unusual?
The last will and testament of Genshin Asogi.
He wrote a will?
As I said, it was on the night following his trial, after he had been found guilty. I was doing the rounds of the cells, and when I looked into Asogi's, I noticed that he seemed to have a sheet of paper in his hand.
His last will and testament, then.
As soon as he noticed me, he hurriedly shoved it behind his back. But why did you find that so unusual? Isn't it normal for a man to pen a will when he knows his death is nigh? Yes, that's true. But there were special conditions to Asogi's incarceration, you see.
Was he not allowed to have any items or whatever?
Even though he was held in a cell designed for condemned inmates. He was allowed to keep his personal effects with him, with one exception.
He was allowed his things?
Of course, he'd been convicted of killing 5 members of the aristocracy. But at the same time, he was a guest in our country from the Empire of Japan. The powers that be were determined that his final days shouldn't be needlessly uncomfortable. And what was the exception you mentioned to the personal effects he was allowed? That's the point. He wasn't permitted to have writing materials. Specifically, no pens or paper. So, he was prevented from leaving any written record of what had happened to him. Yes, that was the long and short of it. I've no idea where he obtained the paper. Any writing materials would have been confiscated from him upon incarceration.
So someone had to have brought it to him. Probably the accomplice in the prison.
As I said, he hid the paper behind his back and then he pleaded with me. What did you just hide behind your back?
Please, please. Turn a blind eye. This is my lifeline.
But you know it's against the rules.
He looks so sad and pathetic even back then. You're the only person who's seen. If you just agree to keep quiet.
All right then. But what's on that paper?
A last will and testament. This will is The only weapon I have left now. How can a will be a weapon? So I decided to pretend I'd seen nothing, and I let him keep his will. But then later, it just seemed to vanish without trace. It mean it vanished. Float it into a pear, plate it, throw it at someone's eye, yeah!
It would seem that it isn't the end of the story of this mysterious will.
Are we gonna find this will somewhere and it's gonna be evidence? I was the only person who saw Sogi's will, but somehow it disappeared. It was after Sogi's execution. Did he have it with him when he was buried?
Which was actually an elaborate jailbreak.
The warders gathered up Asogi's possessions that were in his cell. They were all to be sent back to his family home in Japan, you see.
To poor Kazuma-sama.
And you're saying that it wasn't anywhere to be found among his personal effects? The will, I mean.
That's right.
Though I didn't search them myself. But Governor Caden was livid. He was screaming, "It can now disappear completely." So he knew it existed then.
That doesn't quite make sense though, does it?
I mean, he said that, was Caden the accomplice mayhap? Cause,
You'd understood that only Mr. Vigil was aware of the will's existence.
Was Caden the real person that helped him escape? And then he blamed Vigil?
In which case, how did the prison governor know to look for it?
Sus.
I really don't know how he knew, but it certainly seemed as though he knew of the will's existence from the outset. Only he didn't refer to it as a will. What he said was
The Asogi Papers.
I really can't tell you anything of the subsequent events. Because, well, of what happened.
Your dismissal and the way you blocked it all from your memory.
I've forgotten all this until today. I don't suppose it's relevant to the case, though.
Well, anyway, thank you very much for sharing it with us, Mr. Vigil. We're very grateful.
I'm afraid there's really little more I can tell you. My wife Evie will be here shortly, so I do hope I don't appear rude, but...
No, not at all. Thank you again.
But what will become of you now?
Well, impersonating a police officer is a criminal offense, of course. I imagine that once I'm fully recovered, I shall be arrested. I'm so sorry.
Don't be, please. This was all my own doing. I always knew that this day would come.
Well, I wish you well. Goodbye, Mr. Vigil. Ah! Before you go, just one thing. Yes? What is it? The Asogi Papers. Where can I find them?
I'd be very grateful if you make no mention of the things I told you about them.
Presumably for some good reason.
It's my understanding that their very existence is a closely guarded secret. If it became known that I'd remembered, well, it could be rather troublesome, I think.
I understand. Some sort of will that Genshin Isogi penned just before his death, which the man himself claimed was his last weapon. Maybe it wasn't actually a will.
It will be Mr. Vigil's governor. We know precisely where we must go. Back to Barclay Prison.
Aw, sad, pathetic man. I also haven't gone back to this yet. I want to do this first, just to get it out of the way. Unless there's nothing new to be found here. There is nothing new here. Okay, never mind. Then let's go to... yeah. Hello. What? Back again, are you? Yes? Hello? I heard all about your investigations. I read the report just now. You found him, eh? Vigil? Yes, luckily. Well, anywho. The laddie doesn't work anymore. See, so case now to do with Barclay. I wouldn't like you to get the wrong idea about that. I feel like this is somewhere between Scottish and Canadian, and I don't know this is happening here. Of course, yes, Mr. Vigil stopped working here 10 years ago now, so...
Yes, we've seen his dismissal notice, haven't we? He was given a chop.
Hey, Kimmer. You can very well. So, how about a wee handcuff biscuit?
Oh, they really are like little handcuffs, and as hot as irons, too.
So, what's brought you down here today? Well, there's something else we'd like to ask you about, actually. Is it so? We believe there might have been a document that... Ryunosuke. Daily just asked us not to mention it to anybody else. I mean, obviously we're going to, and we gotta know where it is, but... I think it's... Ryunosuke. You... Daily literally just asked not to mention it, and then immediately... Either he has goldfish memory or he just doesn't care. Nice one, Ryunosuke. Didn't I say? Greg suggested not to do with the things that might happen to Barclay. He's so nosy, he doesn't- yeah, he is very nosy, yeah. Be the past in the past, laddie. Let's not flutter about with irrelevant details. His expressions changed completely. We're clearly onto something here. Is Sholmes gonna show up for a deduction, mayhap? Am I gonna get new dialogue? Oops. What's that there, then? It's actually the sign of a Japanese defense lawyer. Well, you have to wear something like that to prove who you are. Perhaps I should wear these handcuffs, eh?
I think maybe they're more of a sign of the people you catch than yourself.
Aye, that's true. You got me there, hen. They're not actually a sign of anything, are they? Alright, well, let's chat now. Oh, no, I keep thinking this is the talk button. Because I think in the trilogy, the talk button was over here, and then the move button was here. And I still have not gotten used to it. 10-year-old! 10-year-old legacy! That murderer's botched execution and the whole miserable escape. Go Barclay's darkest hour, eh? A shocking embarrassment. Because the convict had a collaborator on the prison staff, you mean? Aye, a shame. The coroner who confirmed the death of the man after his execution, Courtney Scythe. That's 9! And my chief warder at the time, Vigil. He was in charge of the whole affair.
But Mr. Vigil says he didn't know anything about it.
The rascal wouldn't say otherwise, eh? More handcuffs?
Oh, how could I say no? You can never have too much iron in your diet.
Do you think they're actually made of metal?
When Mr. Vigil was
I almost said when Mr. Vigil was handcuffed, oops.
When Mr. Vigil was handed his dismissal notice as a result of what had happened, he was so despairing he jumped out of your office window, didn't he?
I didn't like to say, but that's just Vigil trying to get out of it. Do you not think he wouldn't have jumped from the shock of his crimes being exposed, eh? I do. You can absolutely have too much iron, yeah. Mm-hmm. You wouldn't say otherwise there, would you? Of course. I cannot show no responsibility myself. I shouldn't have let him deceive me. Actually, there's barely anybody that knows what went on at the time now. With Gregson having been murdered and Dr. Scythe forbidden from having any visitors. Interesting. Someone doesn't want her talking. Break. Yeah. She's a little Victorian child. She's probably iron deficient.
Well, we're not going empty-handed.
And she lives in London too. Yeah. And no, I'm thinking vitamin D deficient, but that's the sun. My bad. And I want a dream of sending you a pack of Minnow. Here, take a handcuff or two.
Oh, well, it would be rude to say no. Wouldn't want to become anemic.
I suppose. There's anybody who might be still know about what happened back then? It'd be that lass from the forensic division, Maria Gori. Her name was on the the coroner's report. She did the autopsy. Maria Gori? Oh, so she really was a MILF. Oh, is that the girl that we saw in the other girl that was in her office? Because she did kind of refer to her as like her daughter, didn't she? Aye, says daughter. She didn't have no more, just the one. I forgot how long it took to put a name to her face. We haven't actually seen her face. She was wearing a mask last time, too. But the way Bairns followed her in her mam's footsteps, you don't ever want to see her without a scalpel in her hand. Ah! Face to model. There she is.
Mama, what's this?
Ah! Where did she spring from? And did she just call the doctor Mama? Putting a name to a mask. Dr. Scythe's daughter, Maria Gori. You could do with talking to her. I'm guessing she's adopted? Because Gori isn't the same as if she was married recently and her maiden name was Stevens. Why is her name Gori? Yeah. I mean, just because she's a coroner, obviously, because it's an ace attorney name, but... So she's Dr. Scythe's daughter, but her surname is Gori? Hey, there's some family history, I'm sure. But I don't know the ins and outs of it. She grew up watching her mum working with the bodies of the folk who died in strange circumstances, and decided to do the same in her own life. I can understand it myself. So she just let a child watch her perform autopsies. Trans icon, yes! Change her last name too, yes!
Perhaps she was driven by deep respect for her mother.
Perhaps. Anywho, she was in charge of Gregson's autopsy, I believe. And the coroner responsible for this incomplete report. Someone told me once that the wee lassie always loved her mum's stories about cutting up bodies. There's even a rumour that she used to listen to the funeral march as a lullaby. Jeez.
Well then, perhaps her mother might have told her about the autopsy from the case 10 years ago.
10! We're up to 10! Yay! 10 years ago! I'd say there's a fighting chance at least. After all, that was a life-changing case for all of us. We really need to speak to Miss Gori herself about this, I think. Well, thank you very much. I'm not happy about any part of this. Took years for Londoners to finally forget the little professor business. Can you not give up on this, laddie? Stop asking pointless questions. I'm sorry, I don't like dredging up these painful memories for everyone. Can you not just stay away, no? Leave me alone and do not come back here, eh? Well, I have one more thing to ask you about. And it's the thing you really don't want to talk about. How do you come to know about that, laddie? There's no many folk in the prison who've heard of those papers. Well... Ryunosuke.
I'm afraid our sources must remain confidential, sir.
We've been led to believe that the papers are actually a last will and testament. Is that right? The professors or other Genshin Asogis? Hey, that's right. You're well informed, Jimmy. Oh, they're giving him a white boy name. Is that the end of the silent treatment? Then after the common's execution, it mysteriously vanished from his cell. That was no. You're up at half cocked there. I think you didn't quite get your facts straight. It was there in the cell, exactly where it should have been. I think you might have been the accomplice, bestie. Oh, we got the... His ass is flat. He's got everything up top and nothing down below. Let me just have a wee look around here. I'm sure I can find it. Aye, here you are. See? The last will and testament of Genshin... How do I know these are authentic? With a calligraphy brush? Okay. Of course, I cannot read a word of those Japanese squiggles. But mind it says he leaves all his worldly possessions to his son back at his home. We gotta show this to Kazuma, don't we?
Yes, that's correct. That's the gist of it.
So these are the Asogi papers? Of course they are. Papers written by Asogi, no doubt about it. There's no mystery here, laddie. That's your lot. When you say like yes, there's no doubt about it, that makes me doubt it. After all the strummers of the slips, I can't even read that sentence. We sent the man's possessions back to his clan in Japan. That was the end of it.
I think we ought to make a record of this, Mr. Naruhodo, just in case.
The only weapon I have left. One thing before you go on your way, Mr. Naruhodo. Oh, yes? Those papers are not to do with Gregson's death. I'd prefer if you didn't make no mention of them outside this office. Or rather, I wouldn't just prefer it. Consider it an order from the highest levels of our government. I understand. And I'm going to immediately show them to Kazuma. Well, first I gotta read them. I requested upon my death all my... Okay, whoopsies. All my material was deep down and set my fate in this foreign land. Knowledge that I will never see my homeland or my family again, but I regret nothing about my chosen path. Hey bestie, here's some top secret government stuff. But what is it with Ryunosuke just revealing top secret, like, government secrets? But obviously this is going to be revealed in court, so that's 3 strikes against him in terms of exposing government secrets in court. Oh, he has nothing to say about that. Okay. Government is a hobby, yeah. I'm surprised he has nothing to say about this. Huh. Man, we can't make Ryunosuke be nosy. We have to make him be a good boy. I do have to show him something. Okay, do I have the something that I need to show him? Or do I not have it yet? Genuine question. I do have it, okay. Because I was waiting for that. The pistol, maybe? The Reaper. Oh, another thing about the Reaper, yeah. Okay. Alright, I'll just go down the line and show everything, I guess. I showed you the plain man, right? I did. Alright. We're going down the line. You don't like women. I don't even know. This? I don't know what to show him. I'm literally just going down the line here. I tried that. Autopsy report? Are you gonna update it? Actually... Objection. You can't go to... Oh, yeah. I see. This came up in the trial, didn't it? As something a little dubious, I mean? The fact that no time of death was recorded on Inspector Gregson's autopsy report. Yes. There were some unexpected turns in the courtroom earlier. So the suggestion you came up with certainly took everyone by surprise. The idea that the victim died the previous day at some other location is quite something. Well, considering when the pocket watch had stopped and the scorch marks on the candle, it's certainly a distinct possibility. The evidence and the scene both point to it. Staring at me with those gorgeous brown eyes. To be honest, it bothered me too. So I paid a visit to the autopsy room earlier. The coroner responsible wasn't there, but I got a name. It's Dr. Gori.
If it wouldn't trouble you, Kazuma-sama, we'd very much like to speak with the coroner too.
Of course. The last thing I want is for anything to be brushed under the carpet. Scotland Yard's autopsy laboratory is behind Lowgate Cemetery. Lowgate... by Barclay Prison, you mean? Ah, you know it, do you? The prison where my father was incarcerated and robbed of his life.
Kazuma-sama.
Well, thank you. We'll pay a visit to the laboratory later today. This is the is this where we say goodbye for now? Ryunosuke, I want to thank you. What for? For this. They gave him his sword back. Cause he gave us there's a thank you for you safeguarded the soul of the Asogi clan. Well, it is a famous sword that's been in your family for generations. My only slight regret is that I never got the chance to draw it before I returned it to you. Karuma is said to have been forged by a master swordsmith during the Sengoku Warring States period. I come from a long lineage of warriors, many of whom were expert swordsmen. Well then, you're a chip off the old block, I'd say. This blade, Karuma, is the symbol of the Asogi clan's honor and might. Apparently, one of my father's apprentices even took the blade's name for a surname. Really? Karuma. It does sound formidable, that's for sure. 16 years ago, when my father was a visiting student here in London, he had this sword forever by his side. Which is why it means so much to me that I have it by my side again now too. And that is all thanks to you. See, this is like the old Kazuma. Wait, Von Karma? What about wait? Von Karma? Did I totally slip by? That totally slipped me by. Someone took Karuma as a surname? Damn it. I'm not gonna be able to think of that the same way now. That name's gonna hurt me now. No. And the apprentice... And then they would... It's all thanks to... See, I like that they're playing his older theme. Or like, not older theme, but like one of his... Yeah, one of his older themes. When talking about the sword, and this is like, it's the old hymn. It was on honor. Now, I have preparations to make for tomorrow. Perhaps I said a little too much. Kazuma, you've changed. No, Ryunosuke. I haven't changed at all. It's you who's changed. No! Now we're back to this song! Man, the whiplash between the two songs! So were you always like this? I can completely understand your resentment of Lord Van Zeeks, given what happened. But I guess he didn't know who Lord Van Zeeks really was before this time. He just knew that his father had been convicted of this. And, I guess having a name and knowing who could be responsible for his father's death, I guess that really, like, made him more vengeful. Like, directly vengeful, I guess. As opposed to just, like, curious. The fact is, those events in this case are, well, unrelated. Is that what you want to say? How can you be so sure? What do you mean? Never mind. That man is the Reaper, and it's for that reason then the Inspector was killed. I'm going to prove as much in court tomorrow, by whatever means necessary. I can't let you do that, Kazuma. I know you'll do what you have to do as a lawyer, but I'm sure I don't need to tell you that I won't be taking any prisoners in the courtroom. I would expect nothing less. Oh my god, we're like rivals now. Until tomorrow then, in the Old Bailey. We are like we're like rivals! Yeah, that's not your job. Yeah, your job is not to arrest people, buddy. Oh god, we're rivals now. This line on the way he frames the narrative is just like, yeah. And the way they literally started behind the exact same bench with him defending Ryunosuke, and then... Oh my god, she really took the place over since her mom's arrest. You know what? I kind of love the aesthetic here. Like cutesy horror stuff, I love it. But yeah, and then like seeing him in court, but like on the opposite side now as opposed to next to him on the bench. And just... Ooh, she knits. Oh, do you think she has to make all these plushies, right? She definitely makes her own plushies. This place really is creepy, isn't it?
Well, being a dead room, it's probably full of the spirits of the dissected. But actually, there's a rather pleasing scent of roses in the air. Well, being a dead room, the coroner probably needs a bold scent like that to mask the odor of death.
Iris, do you think I could change the subject? Ooh.
What was that?
Is she a weird girl? I want to see her sewing supplies. Show me the weird girl. Dr. Gory? I love her. She's so weird. I love it.
What?
That noise before?
I was sharpening my tools. I'd be dead meat if I didn't keep a perfectly keen edge on them.
Right.
When following the collagen fibers in the dermis, an expertly sharpened scalpel cuts like cheese. Would you like a demonstration? Oh, yes, please! I'd love to see! Then, I think you'll do nicely.
No, I wouldn't do nicely at all. I mean, maybe some other time? Is that tight? Well, we came here to ask questions, so... This belongs to... or now it's mine, actually. Scientist bonding! Could I ask your opinion? Oh my god, the girlies are bonding!
Don't forget, you're responsible for putting my mama in jail. Why should I help you?
Okay. Fair. We have actually met before. I'm a lawyer, if you remember.
You're not dead yet.
What?
So Mama said I wasn't to cut you open. She's so strict about things like that.
Well, good. Dr. Scythe has some scruples, at least.
Oh dear. It looks like she's not interested in talking to us. For the time being, anyway.
For the time being? You mean until we die? I hope that's a way off. Sorry, but I wasn't planning on dying anytime soon. Surely there's some less drastic way of making her listen. Alright, maybe we got a show or something. The autopsy report? Dr. Gory, we actually came here to ask you about this.
He was very good.
Good? Sorry?
His skin didn't snag my blade once, and very little miss. His joints dislocated easily, and his muscle tissue is a pleasure to work with.
Jesus Christ, we can skip those details. But there's one thing about the report that's caught my attention. You don't seem to have recorded a time of death. Face reveal!
That's not my fault.
Oh, that made me jump.
Then please, tell us what happened.
Very gothic looking, I see. Her little hair, yeah. So why doesn't this autopsy report include the victim's time of death then? It's really the most crucial detail.
I was told not to write it.
What? By whom?
Mayor Strongheart, the Lord Chief Justice.
He came here. Of course. Just as I thought, he's covering something up. Lord Strongheart came?
He said that from the witness statements about the gunshot and the other evidence. It was obvious. The man clearly died at 5 p.m. on 1st November when the gunshot was heard.
And you think he would know better than like a forensic scientist or like a coroner?
But that's not the time of death you wrote on the report. You didn't write anything. Was there some reason you didn't include it?
Dr. Gory, if you're hiding something under Lord Strongheart's instructions, then sooner or later, you're gonna go the same way as your mother. Oh, that's foul, Ryunosuke. You're playing dirty.
Give it here then.
Damn. She's scribbling so furiously.
There.
You've written
What's she written?
indeterminate. For fuck's sake. God damn it. Yay! Updated autopsy report! Actually, objection, dumbass. Haven't you heard? You absolute failure. Did Gumfuck not tell you? Salary cutting noises. Your garbage excuse of a hypothesis? I'll shove my entire cravat up your ass. But wait, I'm trying to please see if I remember it completely. Why? Because, well, listen here, you little bitch. Take a no. I mess up the last part every time. The last couple lines I forgot. Won't you take a look at this motherfucking updated autopsy report? There's the last couple lines. I kind of mess up sometimes, but yeah. What do you mean by that? Why was the time of death indeterminate?
When the specimen was brought in, it was still fresh. So the time of death could have easily coincided with when the gunshot was heard. But there was one small discrepancy.
What discrepancy?
There was some fried fish in the pocket of the specimen's overcoat. And that fish had started to rot.
Oh my god, his fish are going to be... I can't believe his fish are going to be used as evidence. Aww. The fish and chips. So it definitely had to have been over a day. What?
If the victim liked fried fish, he presumably liked to eat it before it went off.
Well, yes. What are you really trying to say? He'd been dead for a while.
It's possible that someone tried to manipulate the apparent time of death.
Manipulate them? Is that even possible to do?
Theoretically, if you were to chill the body in ice, you could delay the onset of putrefaction. And if the overcoat wasn't on the body at the time,
then only the fish would have started to rot. Bro is frozen.
With today's science, it's not yet possible to determine if the body was chilled or not.
But today's science is advanced enough to let you freeze a corpse, it seems.
But surely, to chill a corpse like that would require an enormous electrical refrigerator. And I don't imagine many households in London are equipped with such a device. No, definitely not. But maybe in a factory? Or some other special place? I don't recall seeing any factories or such like on Fresno Street, though. I wonder if the inspector's body had been chilled somehow. When might the actual time of death have been? I couldn't say for sure. But at the most, it might have been a day earlier.
No!
In other words, it would corroborate your previous deduction, Mr. Naruhodo. That Inspector Gregson was killed a day before his body was discovered at a different location.
Did you inform Lord Strongheart of this possibility?
He simply said there were no electrical refrigerators of that size in the vicinity.
Oh, yes, one other thing. It's something the governor of Barclay Prison told us. He said that your mother, Dr. Scythe, was responsible for confirming the death of the professor after his execution.
Ugh, the professor.
Apparently you always enjoyed listening to your mother's stories about her work, so... We were wondering if you might know something about what happened Another one! 11!
That's not all Mama did.
Sorry?
My Mama carried out the autopsy of Clint Van Zeeks as well.
Damn! Really? The brother of Lord Van Zeeks, the professor's final victim.
The idea of carrying out an autopsy on a member of the aristocracy was completely unthinkable back then. But the detective in charge of the investigation insisted, and it was miraculously authorized. That detective being Inspector Gregson, of course.
Clint mention! Quite an accomplishment for one man.
That autopsy provided the vital clue needed to arrest the killer. And Mama was there for that historic event.
What does all this mean?
You know, that amazing autopsy happened right here in this very room. The Professor and Clint Van Zeeks. They both spent their final moments before their burial on that dissection table there. So this lab, Mama's lab, was instrumental in some of the country's most important events.
She really is proud of her mother. I wonder if you tell us more exactly what happened then? Yeah? And there's a Clint mention, I'm like, yes, Clint! Can we talk anymore or no? Well, first I want to snoop. A table and a set of sharp tools. When you consider each in isolation, it all looks quite innocent. So why is it when you put them side by side, they seem so horribly disturbing?
It might be best not to ponder it too deeply. That's Mama's dissection table. It's too high for me, though.
It is?
If I fell from that height in my sleep, it would really hurt.
Oh my god, you sleep on that table?
What? You mean you sleep in here? Autopsy work is very involved. It's usually too late to think about going home when I'm finished. But I have bad dreams when I sleep here, and I always end up falling on the floor. So I'd like to exchange that table for a lower one.
Maybe you should just go home or get like a cushion or something. Look at all the bottles on the shelves in these cabinets. What an assortment of chemicals.
These ones here are labeled highly toxic.
Ugh, that's worrying. Because there are also things that look like salt and pepper shakers in there.
Oh yes, and they actually say salt and pepper on them. The doctor probably spends a lot of time in this room, I suppose. Perhaps she has her meals in here sometimes?
Life goes on, even when you're surrounded by death. This looks different to before.
Of course, Mr. Naruhodo. Miss Gori is a young maiden. She has all sorts of charming little dolls and the like around her place of work. Look!
Oh yes, you're right. Perhaps she's not so strange after all.
That's how I practice.
Sorry?
Mama always says that operations and dissections require speed and accuracy. So I take out my needles and thread and stitch 3 new dolls every day.
Right.
I used to make livers or kidneys or intestines, but Mama told me to make something more friendly instead. That's quite different to what I'd imagined.
Does she then dissect the dolls? Those large jars seem to have pale things floating around inside them. I suppose they're fruit liquors. Oh yeah, I remember this. Yeah, I remember this dialogue.
Let's assume there's something completely innocent like that. Ah, that jar you're looking at up there contains monkey brains. Oh my. The composition is similar to the human brain, so they make for interesting study material. And in the next jar along, we have monkey...
No more monkey anythings, please.
If you say so. Oh dear. The time when I still thought it was just some pickled umaboshi plums seems so long ago already.
This Skeletone. What a magnificent display case. Yes, the beautiful display case, yeah.
It's 10 people.
Pardon?
It's made from the bones of 10 different people, all mixed together. Some are my best work.
I was admiring the case, actually. The scary skeleton inside is something I intend to ignore as best I can. Come on, appreciate her handiwork.
You're strange. I wonder who's the strangest.
Owl!
That looks like an owl and a crow.
Oh, there's our crow again! I know, and they haven't even twitched since we came in here.
Well, no, they wouldn't have. They're taxidermy mounts, Mr. Naruhodo.
I was afraid you were gonna say that. I've been trying very hard to tell myself they're just sleeping with their eyes open.
Yes. I think perhaps you were wise to put something like your Daruma dolls on display in the office instead.
Is that everything we can inspect now? Alright.
The professor's execution was Mama's first big case. She had to be in attendance at Barclay Prison's execution chamber and sign the certificate to confirm the convict's death. Mama is the best coroner in the world, you know. I was so proud of her.
But the execution didn't actually take place.
No. And worse still, Mama actually helped with the jailbreak.
What? What the fuck?
I didn't want to know. Oh, dear. You found out recently, you mean? I believed in her, in Mama, but... now I wonder if I'm starting down the same path as her.
You mean because you omitted the time of death on this autopsy report? That's because Lord Strongheart forbade you from including it.
Just like Mama. I'm sure she was coerced by somebody too.
Yes, that's my feeling as well.
There's no doubt that there were powerful forces at play 10 years ago.
12! 12!
The execution couldn't have been staged without a lot of people at the prison knowing about it. Obviously, the prison governor must have been in on it as well. The big man with the little handcuffs? According to what he told us, he was tricked by the chief warder. He says he knew nothing about it. Of course he said that. I'd say the same thing.
Just who was behind that jailbreak all those years ago? Subverted the 10-year thing. You mentioned the autopsy of Clint Van Zeeks.
It was at a time when carrying out autopsies of murder victims was very unusual. It's still not a practice that's observed in our country even now. It turned out that he was the professor's final victim, and when the autopsy was performed, Mama was present, although only as the secondary assistant. The person leading the procedure was called Dr. John H. Wilson.
God damn. God damn.
That's right, my daddy! And there was one other person present, the primary assistant. He was a visiting student from the Far East.
Fucking Miko. God damn, Mikotoba. Man, everybody's in on it. Jeez.
It must have been my father, Eugene Mikotoba.
I had no idea Professor Mikotoba had been involved in something so important.
But the outcome of that historic autopsy was the discovery of a vital piece of evidence that led to the capture of the professor.
So many people in this one room, yeah! Man, what conversations did they have in here? So that's how they came to identify Genshin Asogi as the infamous mass murderer. Damn. Do you happen to know anything about that piece of evidence? Can you tell us any more?
Would you like to see the records for yourself?
Would that be alright?
What's the point of keeping records if people can't look at them? They're filed under V at the back of those cupboards, with the other files from the last decade.
Thank you. Let's see, Van Zeeks. Van Zeeks. That's strange. It's not there.
What, Mr. Naruhodo?
They aren't here. There's nothing under Van Zeeks. What are the odds Strongheart has it?
There must be.
Perhaps somebody took them away?
No. No one's allowed to take documents related to the professor case out of this room. But you're right. They're gone.
Well, when was the last time someone looked at them? Do you remember?
It was Oh, yes, I remember now. It was 2 years ago. A consulting detective came one day, saying that he'd like to see the records.
I wonder who that could be.
2 years as opposed to 10. Herlock Sholmes was his name.
Deep down, I knew that was coming.
Do you think he stole the records? Oh no, surely not. Iris, that can't be right, can it?
Iris? There's a lot of consulting detectives around. How will we ever find it true?
Runo? I hope you don't mind, but
What is it, Iris?
I've just remembered something very important I have to do. I'm going to have to leave you now.
Oh, she was not happy. This is very sudden, Iris. She was not smiling when she was holding up that thing.
Well, we'll come with you too then. No, there's no need. You and Runo can take your time here. Bye for now then. Good luck.
Oh no. What is she doing? Is she gonna go get those documents from Sholmes? Hit the bricks.
Wait a minute, little girl. Huh? Me? I remember now. You've been here before, haven't you?
Have you, Iris?
Yes, 2 years ago, when that detective came. You were with him, weren't you? You were a living specimen then, too.
That's the way it usually works, yes.
Was I? I really don't remember.
What if she's the one that stole them?
Anyway, sorry, but I must dash.
But how would she know the significance of Van Zeeks? I don't know.
I'll brew up a pot for you when you get home.
What's the matter with her? She's behaving really strangely all of a sudden. Well, in that case, we won't keep you any longer either.
It's been quite a while since I had any visitors. This was really fun. But next time you come, I'd prefer it if you were ready for dissection.
I can't make any promises, sorry. It's a bit strange that the records of Clinton and Zeke's autopsy have disappeared. But I think I've asked all we came to ask now. Alright, bye. Aw. Bye, favorite bestie weird girl. She's 19. Carries out of the autopsy. So how long has she been watching her mom? So was she 9 years old watching Clint Van Zeke's autopsy then? Jesus Christ. Girly, Miss Girly. Yes, that's actually horrifying, but she seems to like it, so good for her. She was just a little baby watching dead bodies get cut open. Great. Fun activities to do with your kids, yeah. A parent-child bonding time. That's just what 4th grade is like, yeah. What, you didn't take a class in autopsy when you were in 4th grade? Or is that just a British thing? Look how luscious his hair looks and how shiny. It must be super soft. Anyways. Did we all have a phase where we wanted to be a coroner? I don't know if I did, to be honest. But... oh, okay, now it's time to go back here. I see. That suitcase was not there when I came here before. Aww. The police are still busily investigating in here then. Is it just me?
But Gina's nowhere to be seen. Where is she?
Yes, it has been blissful. Well, you know, Skay. Perhaps she's just investigating on her own, practicing what her boss taught her. Aww.
Well, I expect she'll be back before too long. Shall we wait?
Actually, there's something different about this room since the last time we were here, isn't there?
could always use the time to investigate more thoroughly.
Alrighty. This little trunk wasn't here before, was it?
Oh, it appears to be made of metal. It must be very heavy. I wonder to whom it belongs. There's some initials on the outside, look!
T.G. Tobias Gregson.
Oi! What do you think you're doing? That's my trunk, that is! Hands off!
She inherited it from Gregsy. I'm gonna throw up.
Gina!
Mariah Gore, you would have loved Horrible Histories if you were born a century later, yeah. Where were you hiding?
I don't know. You leave someone unattended for a few seconds and every Tom, Dick and Harry's got his greedy eyes on it.
Just a wild guess, Gina, but
What? Spit it out, Odo.
is it fair to say you've only owned that trunk since this morning's trial?
What? What are you trying to say? Come on, this trunk goes with me everywhere. Always has. Where's you been the last year?
Trying not to incur your wrath, mainly. Is she just gonna show off her badge again if I show her this? You know that this armband is to show that you're a defense lawyer in Japan. Have I told you that?
Yeah, defense lawyers. Whose side are you on anyway? Trying to help criminals get off the hook?
Lord Van Zeeks isn't the Reaper. I firmly believe that, which is why I offered to advocate for him.
Yeah, but what if you're wrong? What if he really is the Reaper?
I mean, McGill did.
If it turns out he did do it, how are you gonna feel then, eh?
I have to believe in my client. It's all I can do. Alright.
You should hear them talking at the yard now. They should be ashamed of themselves. They're saying that was the boss who killed all them bludgers.
You mean the whole Reaper thing?
Yeah. Apparently, the boss was investigating stuff that no one else at the yard knew nothing about. Stuff to do with all the criminals that got off scot-free.
The ones prosecuted by Lord Van Zeeks who used bribery and corruption to evade conviction.
Well, then obviously, it was a bloomin' Reaper giving the orders, wasn't it?
But why would people be suspecting Inspector Gregson being involved?
There was a notebook hidden in his office.
Oh no, this doesn't sound good.
It had details about all the crimes that have been pegged as the Reaper's work. Did you see it, Gina? Did you see that notebook? They wouldn't blame and let me, because I'm just an apprentice apparently. But it was me who found it, and he was my boss.
And he was your dad!
I was pretty miffed about it, so
Did you swipe it?
I sneaked a peek what he said anyway.
Oh? That's our Gina! Aww. Was it a death note? Did he just write the names of the Reaper's victims and then just they would drop dead? Can you imagine? Yeah, that's how the Reaper does their work, yeah. So, you managed to see what was written in Gregson's secret notebook anyway, did you?
Way I see it, it's my right to read what he wrote. And what had he written, Gina? Dates, times, places, names, and all long listed them. All the tales about the bludger's supposed to have been done in by the Reaper. But there could be an explanation for that. Perhaps it was a record of the inspector's investigations into the Reaper's activities. Exactly! That's what I said. That's the first thing you'd think, right? As it happens, it was full of names I recognized anyway.
Well, the Reaper's targets were almost exclusively known leaders of London's criminal underworld.
Well, yeah, but there was one name right at the end that was a bit odd. I'm pretty sure the date against it was 31st October. The day before the inspector was found dead.
So his actual day of death. Most likely. What was the odd name?
It might like a name I'd ever seen before. It was something like, Nah, it's no good. I can't remember it. I don't think it was an English name, but
If it was fucking Kazuma Asogi, I'm gonna throw up. Or if it was, what if it was me? What if it was Ryunosuke or somebody was trying to kill me?
oh dear, what a pity. There was something else too. I don't know if it matters, but the same name kept coming up over and over. Shin, it was. Don't suppose it means anything, but
Shin. Damn. Did you say Shin?
huh? What? Does it mean something?
Lord Van Zeeks knew the name too. He mentioned her as well. The woman who actually did the deeds. And now we find out her name appeared in Gregson's secret notebook. The assassin, Assassin, yeah. Assassin! We haven't seen you for a little while, have we, Gina?
Well, of course not. I've been busy, ain't I? Investigating and all that. The lads at the yard are trying to trace the boss's movements the day before it happened.
The day before. That would be the undercover investigation into the Red-Headed League, then.
Only the boss didn't go, did he? You found some guy that was pretending to be him, didn't you, Oda?
It was Mr. Vigil who actually went to the park on Limestream that day, posing as Gregson.
Well, anyway, you ain't the only one turning stuff up. I got my own ways of getting results. Puppy! Baby! Hi! When me and my partner get here together, there's nothing we can't track down.
Toby!
Oh, little Toby!
Now he's the only Toby, which is kind of sad. So he would have inherited the title Toby Senior if Gregson was the true Toby Senior. So, have you tracked anything down then?
What do you think, yeah? Of course we have. Can't tell you though, police business in it.
Ugh.
Anyway, the point is, if you lot ever need any help, you know who to turn to, right? Me and the around here.
Oh, your baby! He looks oh so hellish. He's such a sweet little baby. I hope that hellhound doesn't have anything to do with the Baskervilles. About your hellhound there?
Chief Inspector Toby, you mean? He's the pride of the police force, he is. And Japanese police dog means something quite different and not altogether nice to those involved in crime. But here in Britain, it's a wonderful compliment, it seems, for a canine at least.
It should be. After all, in the Great Exhibition case the other day, it was Toby here who managed to locate Gerber's workshop. And he was such a good boy. I hope he got all the trees and head pads for it.
Maybe it's time for another demonstration of what this super dog can do, eh?
Do we have something the Chief Inspector could catch the scent of? Whose movements do we want to track? Gregson's? Along the same lines of calling a cop a pig. Interesting. It was actually Mr. Vigil. Are we trying to track down Daly or Gregson? I mean, Daly was wearing this.
Take that!
Well, Chief Inspector Toby, if you wouldn't mind having a sniff of this. Oh, I love this spray. He might be a little too keen, don't you think? Oh no! The Chief Inspector made short work of Gina there. Oh!
Oh my! That trunk clearly still has a very strong scent. Of Inspector Gregson.
In other words, it must have belonged to him.
Sniff! He does a sniff! Oh, alright. It's a fair cop, I suppose.
And you nearly got away with it too.
You always talk so proudly of Chief Inspector Toby's nose and what it can achieve. Did it not cross your mind that he might identify something that was right next to us? Yeah, that was a bit of a bloomer, wasn't it?
That's enough now then, Gina. I think it's time you told us the truth about that trunk.
It wasn't like that. It just went.
What are you talking about?
I know it's going through that head of yours, but that ain't what happened.
Oh, alright then. What did happen?
Well, like I said before, we were trying to trace the boss's movements. So I let Toby ear have a whiff of the boss's overcoat. And as soon as I done that, it went off like a shot. Straight to that sandwich.
Sandwich. Something he had something that belonged to Gregson then? Huh.
Mr. Naruhodo, I believe Gina means the witness.
So he had something of Gregson's. I forgot about that sandwich. Beppo!
Yeah, he had it in between them wooden boards of his, the boss's trunk.
Ooh. Interesting. I mean, when they heard the sound like a gunshot and all piled in here?
Exactly, he nabbed it from the scene.
Oh.
Goodness.
Ah.
Me and the chief inspector gave that sandwich a good grin, if you know what he said. And you know,
Oh. I thought it might fetch a good price and the chap wouldn't be needing it anymore, so... But that's all I did, nothing more, nothing less.
would you adamant leave the cheek of it, eh? Steal the dead boss's stuff to flog.
Now I feel bad about looting dead bodies in Baldur's Gate. That's the first thing I do anytime I see a body. Like, even if it's not one that I killed. So Miss Venus wasn't the only one to meddle with the scene of the crime then.
How could they? So anyway, that's how it happened. And it's a pretty decent trunk, so I figured I might as well make use of it. Is there something wrong with that, eh? Well,
Maybe you and Mr. Sandwich should try to find the answer to that question together. Are we gonna open the trunk?
I think perhaps that trunk should be turned over to the police, don't you?
Loot the bodies, nothing goes to waste. True, yeah. I always loot even just like rotten food and stuff. I will loot rotten food and then sell them for 1 gold apiece, and it adds up.
What you on about? I am the police!
Gina, if you wouldn't mind, could we maybe examine it?
Yeah, alright then. Do what you want with it. Thank you. We shall make a detailed record of our examination of the evidence.
Alright, let's inspect it. Bark. Uh-oh, Toby's angry. First, let's inspect this. There's a scratch there. Have you seen this huge gash across the side of the trunk here? It's gone right through the leather and into the metal behind.
Gosh, for a metal chest like this to have been so badly damaged, whatever made the gash must have struck the side of the trunk with considerable force.
Like a bullet, maybe? Blood! Look at this dark stain here, do you think?
Yes, I'm afraid so. I think it's blood.
I knew you were gonna say that. So that presumably means...
That this was present at the scene when Inspector Gregson was killed. It's the most logical conclusion, yes.
Do you think Gina's been carrying this around with her? Did she even notice? The grease stain from the fish and chips. Alright, can it open? Let's have a look inside.
Let's see. It appears to be a passport authorizing him to travel overseas.
Yeah, he was about to go to France. And this wasn't him going to France with Gina then, I guess. Huh. Alrighty. Oh, it was France. Is that all I can look at in here, then? I guess so. Right. Alright. And what additional— this was because he and Gina were about to go to France. And Gina didn't know about that. What's the matter with Toby? Why is he acting so aggressively towards me all of a sudden?
Mr. Naruhodo, be careful, it must be the trunk.
Whoa! Oh no, baby! Ryunosuke just died in the best possible way. That's how I want to die. Being attacked by a puppy.
Toby, what you doing? You're gonna lick his face off.
Oh,
Mr. Naruhodo! Gina, quickly, hail a carriage!
man, I can't believe he died for real. Bark, 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 bark. He did a barky. He did a barky. Professor reference. Bark, bark, bark. Oh, oh my god, if Toby is like the offspring of the Baskerville Hound, wouldn't that be a twist? Now as I say that, it's gonna be true.
Oh, Mr. Naruhodo, are you alright?
Miss Susato.
Ah,
Conscious again at last. A blessed relief, my dear fellow. After all, to drop dead after a moderate licking by a small terrier, most unseemly.
what is or isn't seemly is irrelevant here, Mr. Sholmes. I'm so glad there's no lasting damage. How are you feeling?
I'm fine, thank you. Did you bring me back here? What's this on my head? A bandage? Sadly, we had no ice, so that's a compress of sugar water. Sugar water?
Don't worry, Mr. Naruhodo.
What if all the ice was taken to freeze Gregson's body and that's why there was no ice left in London?
It's a first aid treatment that my father taught me.
He is so silly. Got injured by a little puppy. How pathetic of him. So, let us take tea when you're feeling up to it. But of course, no sugar in the patient's cup. Ugh. The bump on my head is throbbing sweetly enough, don't worry.
Whenever you feel ready, then.
Alright. Hi, Sherms. Thank you for your concern, Mr. Sholmes. My dear fellow, think nothing of it. I must say I was quite startled when I heard that she'd been attacked by a dog. For a moment I feared that infamous murderer of so many had come back from the dead. You mean the professor? Fortunately, I see your prize throat is unscathed. That stiff turned-up collar of yours obviously afforded some milk and protection. Was I that close to death? What is his problem? Yeah. All I remember is the dog licking my face over and over and over again. What was on it? Why did he say that? Yeah, like, yeah, it's a good thing that you, yeah, well, it could have bitten your throat out, ripped your throat out, but like you didn't, so that's good. Well, if you wish to avoid such troubles in the future, a little mustard spread on the cheeks should do the trick. I should think that would balance the sweetness of your bandage rather splendidly. Alright, thank you, Sholmes. Very cool. Step ladder. I've been keeping my desk beautifully covered in papers. I'm so glad you still have your throat. Oh, that. Why do you say that? Why is he like this? What do you mean by that, Sholmes? What? He is such a creature. Oh, thank you for the posture check. I need that. Okay. Alrighty. Let's talk to Susato.
Are you alright, Mr. Naruhodo? It's rather unusual to find ourselves here in the middle of our investigations.
It's just occurred to me that I might have forgot something.
Please don't worry. As long as you continue to investigate thoroughly, you won't go far wrong.
Alright. We got a minor injury. Did something happen? Are we getting some tea?
Mit dem Schwarzbiergebot brodelt wie ein Feuerberg, den Schlund es mir
What in God's name is happening here? What the Is this German? What on earth is going on? Man, looks like Mikotoba had a little too much fun last night. Am I having a bad dream? Ah, no. It's an old German folk song. Rather a fine rendition, I think. That's the least of my concerns.
Iris?
What's wrong? Oh, I see something's broken. Oh yeah, why was Mikotoba here? And then, what did she come here to do? I choose a German as a teacher, pay off. Oh no, Iris killed him, no! She found out we were hiding the truth about her father's death, and so she decided to take her revenge and take out Susaru's own father. I see something shattered and, like, this table's clear, the case is clear. He's singing about his very shitty bad day. Is he actually?
Who's that sprawling, relaxed gentleman over there?
He literally looks like he just, like, got absolutely wasted and was having a fun time and then just conked out. The way he's wearing the mask and, like, with the blanket and everything. Rest in peace, Eugene Mikotoba. S in chat. His beer wasn't cold and his sausage was too hot. Oh my god, that's great. I love that. Iris, bestie? Excuse me, sir. I do apologize for troubling you whilst you're singing so merrily, but would you be kind enough to explain the situation? Well, that worked. Is the phonograph going? A crooning gentleman and a mute young girl. A rather tantalizing juxtaposition. And one that appears to have incited the gods of deduction within me to find their voices too. Uh-oh. Oh shit. His ass is not responding. Uh-oh. Iris, what are you hiding? What happened here? The strains of reasoning within me are playing now as a delightful duet. Alright, before we do this, I need to pee real quick, actually. Before we get into this deduction, I gotta pee. I'll be back in a moment. Yeah. Rest in peace, Eugene Mikotoba. Actually, we're back. Oh my god, are those the lyrics? Oh my god. Well, anyways, we're back. Let's do this deduction. Alrighty, I'll put Van Zeek's away just for this to see more of everything. Yeah. The strains of reasoning with me are playing now as a delightful duet. One melody sings of a reunion full of nostalgia. Did you know him before, Iris? Did you recognize this man? Or did you find out the truth about your dead dad? Or the other is a morose theme about the great secret you're trying so desperately to conceal, Iris. She's turned as white as a sheet.
So as usual, you've instantly seen to the very heart of the matter.
And by the time my own brief performance is over, I feel sure this gentleman's song will reach its finale. So then, Iris is, yeah, she's just a normal, she's just normal men. She's just innocent men. So then, to Music Land, where all is sweetness and delicacy and harmony. Pray do enjoy Herlock Sholmes' latest logic and reasoning spectacular. All right.
She looks very ashamed of herself.
Firstly, we consider the gentleman's nationality. Clearly he's a German with no grasp of the English language. Sholmes, you literally saw this guy earlier today, didn't you? Do his clothes not look familiar? And the mustache? As evidenced by the dramatic song he sings and his apparent inability to understand what it asked to desist. So why is this man here at all and in such apparently high spirits? Photograph is plain, isn't it? The answer, of course, Iris, is clearly known to you. Indeed, we will need to follow the gaze of those bright young eyes to reveal that particular part of this mystery. The reason for the man's mildly irritating warbling is revealed by the herbal tea. What did you put in that tea, Iris? What kind of experimental blend was that? You obviously offered our German guest a cup of your latest herbal blend. It's Saturday. Yeah, he's chilling. Oh, doesn't even care that there's some random dude on his couch. He's just like, it's just another Tuesday. The tea's delectable flavor has made the man's spirits soar and resulted in this joyful ditty tumbling incessantly from his lips. So he's literally saying he went so too hard he started speaking German, yeah. So he's basically saying he got high from this tea. It's gonna kick in soon. I eagerly await sampling the flavor myself that I might join in the fellow state of elation. Oh my god, Sholmes. You don't need any more stimulants like that. Now, to the next question. Who exactly is the gentleman availing himself so thoroughly to the settee? Ooh, is that Sholmes? As it happens, a number of years ago, a certain gentleman of German origin engaged my services in solving a particularly delicate case. He required the retrieval of letters once sent to an acquaintance that it might have proved problematic. Does weed tea exist? Oh my god, she made weed tea! The 10-year-old kid made weed tea! They legalized weed in Ohio, so now I have to try. Man. In order to conceal his noble identity, he also arrived at my office in a mask. The gentleman's name was Wilhelm Grossreich Sigismund von Ornstein. We met that kid. That was a kid we met in court recently. The King of Germany. If my memory serves, the mask worn by this gentleman is identical. Yes, there can be no question. That mask belongs to the King of Germany. Wilhelm Grossreich Sigismund von Ornstein mention. It would appear that His Majesty remembers the fine service I afforded him, and has decided to show his face again, mask and all, in order to express his gratitude. A well-mannered monarch indeed. Would you agree, much? Oh my god. Look at Iris copying her dad. She's like, Dad, you're so wrong, but she's not about to correct him. I love this. I love this picture here. So, the identity of this masked visitor is in fact my former client, the King of Germany! Iris' voice is like, you are so stupid. Family sprite copying, yeah! His son, oh, you say that is his son. The little kid that was in court. I use the different angles in this deduction make this room in The Sims. Oh my god, that's awesome, I love that! Which leaves us with one remaining imponderable. Yes, you, young Iris. Aw, she's been a bad girl. But your apparently inexplicable silence is unable to hide the truth. The reason for your muteness is oh, did she like... was she like hit in the face or something? Because I see she's like puffing out her cheeks. I thought that was just her like biting her lip to like, out of like stubbornness. But if like her lip is like swollen or something, like... A £5 note, I believe. I must say, as your compatriot, I'm deeply saddened. Because you won't help pay the rent. Yeah, I thought she was just like biting her lip or her cheek, but... maybe she was like hit in the face or something, I don't know. 221 be in The Sims for the worst residents imaginable. Oh my god, I need to make this now. There's so much clutter, but that's great. I love that. It would appear that you've allowed yourself to be bribed into silence by His Royal Highness, earning yourself some spending money in exchange for keeping quiet about the King's secret. And now the final piece of the puzzle. What is the secret you strive to hide with your silence, Iris? Ah, yes, we need only follow that brief, involuntary twitch of your eyes to find the answer. The hell? Is this the handle of the cup? My favorite coffee cup, in fact. Or should I say, the handle of my favorite coffee cup? It appears that His High-Spirited Highness broke into the midst of his hijinks. Hijinks. I like that hijinks is two separate words, because you all know what they mean by that. It is Herlock, Reagan, Argataka, Akechi, Clavier, Gavin, Howl's Moving Castle. Oh my god. Goro, Akechi, and the blonde bisexuals. Amazing. I love that. I need. Oh, that sounds incredible. Which leads us to the sad truth. I need to make a chaotic, like, house in The Sims now. Remember Hal cooking Herlock and Reagan's wedding cake at the venue? That's amazing. Oh my god. Rayglock real. Oh my god. I know the phrase, my favorite coffee cup is broken by the King of Germany, and Iris, you'll try to conceal it from me. There's a catchy cheering when Clavier caught on fire. Oh my god, that's amazing. I'm curious now. I know the definition of a Tumblr sexy man has kind of been diluted over the years, and it's no longer just like eldritch terrors, but sometimes human men are included, like Reagan. I have to look. Hold on. I'm opening the Tumblr Sexy Man Wiki. Is Herlock Sholmes on the Tumblr Sexy Man Wiki? He is! He is! Reagan is a Twitter sexy man. True. Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, Reagan is on the... He is, yeah. And, oops. I'm not looking. Okay, I'm not looking. I'm not reading the details of the page. I saw something about him being a silly man, and that's all I saw. I saw that he has a page on the wiki. I'm not looking, okay? All I needed to know is that he had a page. I didn't read any of it, okay? I need to finish this fucking game. I need to finish this game. Holy shit. I want to be free. I want to be free. I shall be sent via government channels to the German royal family for its replacement. Oh, he looks so sad. Depressed Herlock sprite, just like me, yeah. Thus concludes Herlock Sholmes' great deduction of this painful puzzle. Look at that! I show us. There's. Oh my god! Not the Walter White meme. That's literally. With your silence as well, this fellow's jovial warbling rather rings in the ears, does it not? I know. Music is cute. It's kind of a banger. It's the icing on the cake to this whole scene.
Mr. Sholmes?
Do you not recognize your own father, Susato?
I must say something does rather trouble me.
Pray, Mr. Sato, do tell.
His Royal Highness doesn't appear to have moved a muscle since we arrived.
Ah! And you haven't said a word either, Iris. If Mr. Sholmes has it all right, you might as well own up to it now. Making a place that contains this song in a Great Detective's morose mood! Amazing. Your reasoning isn't entirely without substance, I must admit. And one other thing, Mr. Sholmes? Yet another grievance, Mr. Naruhodo, surely not. Well, I actually read the story of that case recently, the one you were just describing. And according to that, at least, it wasn't the King of Germany. It was the King of Bohemia. Is this how a scandal in Bohemia actually goes? Are all these, like, dance of deductions, like, references to, real-life, Sherlock Holmes stories? Wait, oh my god. Does that mean Ryunosuke actually read The Adventures of Sherlock Sholmes? Oh, he just exposed himself right there. He just revealed in front of Susato that he read one of the Sholmes stories. Oh no, Ryunosuke. It's from when Sherlock had a violet instead of a violin. Oh my god, that's great. Just the screech. That's amazing. Susato probably forced him to. Oh, he made her. She made him read it. Yeah, it makes sense. Okay, yeah. She mentioned making him read them. She locked him in his bedroom with nothing but the books. Goodness, was it? Yep, Susato would know for sure.
Yes, that's quite true. Master Gotz, the prince, testified to that in court. In his words, I have come to see the great exhibition all the way from my home in Bohemia.
And she'd be like, Sholmes, I know how this story goes. Like, I know this better than you. Making me think of the Owl House finale where, I don't want to get into spoilers, but something that happens very early in the episode where Amity would never misquote the Great Witch Azura. That's making me think of this. Susato would never misremember details about the adventures of Sherlock Sholmes. Yeah. I'm literally your, yeah, just biggest fan, yep.
I believe, Mr. Naruhodo, that it's our turn now to make some corrections to a number of minor errors that may have slipped in.
Even Mr. Sholmes is willing to admit he might be slightly wide off the mark this time. Slightly wide off the mark. Iris is definitely hiding something. Did she knock out this man? But one truth is incontrovertible. My favorite coffee cup is no more. Man, F's in chat for Herlock's favorite coffee cup. So, shall we embark again on a joint presentation? Let's go! Alright, this man. Obviously is dead. Alright. Yeah, this man is clearly dead. Iris killed a man. Are we gonna have to defend Iris in court knowing that she's guilty now? Iris committed moida! So what, it's some mix of herbs that gives you the urge to sing? Yeah, that's called,
Goodness.
Susato! Susano's just casually admitting that she wants to try drugs, wow. And I'd like to hear your singing, but this man... Just how long does he intend to keep up with that tune, do you suppose?
As I said, he's been stock still this entire time. And if you look closely, his lips aren't moving either.
Ah.
So I'm not sure what's actually responsible for the spirited singing, but I suspect the answer lies at the end of Iris's gaze.
Okay, I moved my the cursor started right here. I had to move it here just to move it, you know? Can I?
Take that!
The cursor was right there! It literally started right there, okay? That was not on purpose! The reason for the man's mildly irritating warbling is revealed by the gramophone. I love this angle of him. He's just like peeking in like, ooh, by the way. Indeed! But no well-bred gentleman would break into an obscure folk song when making a social call. Well, that's not a... Well, then I don't want to meet any well-bred men. I gotta do the breeding first. I'll see myself out. I'm ashamed of myself. I'm ashamed of myself. This is what Mikotoba does to us, okay? I have a screenshot that was this line was a prox that says, "Indeed, F." Indeed, F. I love that. But yeah. In other words, this gentleman isn't singing at all. In fact, it would appear that the fellow was unconscious. Sholmes! Did you turn that off? Who turned that off? I ask you, Mr. Naruhodo. Yes? Why would I have purchased a recording of that gibberish? How should I know? Well, never mind. On with the deduction. Who exactly is this gentleman availing himself so thoroughly of the city? You play it. Yeah, put the music back on. Look at that little floofy hair. Why does he sit like that? Bisexuality. Gay, autism, bisexuality. The three genders. In order to conceal his noble identity, yeah. That guy. Also, he's transgender fluid. So true, yeah. Although we've already established that it was actually the King of Bohemia. Again, true! Adachi, true. It seems Mr. Sholmes intends to persist with his Germany theory for some reason. Come to think of it, the young prince was wearing a mask as well, wasn't he? Master Gotts? The boy with whom you had- The boy you had in tears? You made a child cry in court. Are you proud of yourself? Phoenix would do so about, nearly 100 years later with, Cody Hackins. Do you suppose all members of the aristocracy of mainland Europe wear masks? I'm sure they do. Well, probably, anyway. The point is, that mask doesn't belong to any king. Well, he belongs to the king of my heart. Yeah. Are you saying he isn't a king? Oh yes, he belongs to my king. There can be no question. That mask belongs to my boyfriend! In other words, my memory is sublimely unreliable! Only you could try to make that sound positive. Only kings can wear this mask. You know what? True! Mikotoba and Kazuma Asogi. Otherwise, the mask, like, rejects the wearer if they're not a true king. Herlock is very silly. I love him. Kazuma's mask has been languishing on this metal chest for several days. Though that doesn't explain why the gentleman is wearing it now. He felt silly. But it's no simple matter to determine our guest's true identity. You can throw your mask away. We need to only excuse ourselves in advance. Gently lift the mask and peer beneath it. I don't believe it. Like Magnus that repels each other shoots away, yeah! That's what the mask is! Whoa! He's so gorgeous when he's just... Do you think he snores? I'm afraid, Mrs. Sato, you must be... No, I think not, Mr. Sholmes. Oh my god, look at her copying him! She's doing the Sholmes sprite! Me when sprites are shared, when they have similar poses. Then it should appear our logic and reasoning has once again revealed the truth. This mysterious visitor... Oh, she gets to do it! She gets to do the thing! Oh, is my unconscious father, Yujin Mikotoba. Oh, she gets to do the thing. Logic and reasoning are just looking and saying. I love this. This is a nice picture. She just completely interrupts the deduction. Good for her. Did she knock him out? Girl, why is your dad dead on the couch? Yeah, I'm sorry, the Iris killed your dad. Which leaves us with one remaining imponderable. Yes, Iris. So that's a 5-pound note poking out from Iris's knapsack, is it?
Oh dear, I can't be sure. Most money that we encounter is in coin form.
I know, I'm not even sure if we've seen any banknotes here in Britain at all, have we?
But anyway, Father would never have paid money for Iris's silence.
He certainly seems like the silent type himself, though, judging by his present state.
Perhaps what Iris is trying so hard not to give away with her eyes is something entirely different.
I mean, there's that, but that's not it. What's she looking at? The chest!
This metal chest, it contains important documents, does it?
Details of all the cases Mr. Sholmes has worked on over the years, written up by Iris's father, if I remember correctly. I'm sorry, Susanna, maybe your fanfic about being adopted by her luck Sholmes will come true. Stop! Oh no! Iris insisted the chest is kept locked up at all times. She never wants to show me inside, but it's clearly open now.
Its contents are invaluable to her, I suppose, and entirely irreplaceable. But look at it now. The catch is unlocked for once.
Ah, so it is! That's hard to ignore.
Very. I've never seen that chest unlocked before, and all the time we've been staying here at Baker Street.
Take that!
Yes, the reason for your muteness is concealed inside that metal chest. An excellent observation, for upon closer inspection, there is something different about the chest's appearance. Do you think she wrote fanfic where Eugen sold her? Stop! Not this One Direction fanfic! She 100% did. Oh my god. It's kept locked at all times, yet now the catch is open. Uh-oh. What's inside? Evidently, this is something to do with your refusal to speak, Iris. But it is simple enough matter to incite you to speak, I'm sure. I merely need to open this chest. Look at him, ass out and everything.
No! Hurley, don't!
Oh, Jesus Christ. Oh my god. Oh my god. He's dead, Jim! Say cats! Oh my god! Oh my god, I need to stretch. Oh my god. Is this the Say Gex you were talking about yesterday? He's dead. Oh my god. Oh my god, that's beautiful. Man. Fellas, is it gay to lie your dead body on top of another man's dead body? Now they're both fatherless! Stop! No! No! It is? Okay. Interesting information.
Hello, LGBTQ community.
Dad stack! Oh my god, they look like a romance. They do. Oh my god, they do. Oh my god, we're like one of those trashy paperbacks at the grocery store. Stack the dads like Tetris! My god, we need to make a whole dad pile. Just keep having the dads get like piled and everything like this.
Never!
Dad pile!
Oh, Hurley! I told you not to open it!
Ah. So you found your voice now, Iris. Oop. Oh no. Dill file, let's go. In other words, what just happened clearly reveals the truth here. The real reason for your silence until now is... you don't have Sholmes to do this!
This is somewhat different to the usual dance of deduction you perform with Mr. Sholmes, isn't it?
Well, he's left me alone on the ballroom floor, so I'm gonna have to dance this next part solo. Damn. Oh, they're dancing. Ooh. So yeah. Oh my god, yeah, we gotta get Genshin Daily Vigil and then Genshin Asogi. Man. What other dads do we have? Wait. No, I can't look at the court record right now. Iris isn't usually the silent type, so...
You mean you don't actually know the answer yet? Despite knowing despite that knowing point of the finger before?
For just $1 a day, you too can support these Ace Attorney characters whose fathers were killed by the plot! Gregory Edgeworth. Gregory Edgeworth. Throw him on there too. Dig up Genshin a second time! Stop, you're... Damn. They had to fridge the dads because they don't include enough mothers in the stories to fridge them. Stop. Stop. Sometimes a man needs to point his finger first and think later. That's the Naruhodo family way.
Oh well, if you say so. I think I better examine Iris a little more closely and try to rescue the situation.
The reason for your silence until now. A key. Breaking into the parental reserves. Ryunosuke will canonically be a father in the future since he's Phoenix's ancestor. Yes! Oh my god, yes! Come on, you have to get punched now, Ryunosuke.
You're quite right. It's appeared as if by magic.
Take that!
Yes, the real reason for your silence until now is that key behind your back. When Mr. Sholmes was thrown into the air before. Just before you called out to try to stop him, you slipped something out of your mouth. Oh! Damn. Funniest thing noticing listed characters in Ace Attorney who cannot read those game daily vision. Oh my god. That's amazing.
You're so clever, Bruno.
So now it's become clear. Thanks to Mr. Sholmes' graphic demonstration, we can well imagine what happened here. But why was the music playing? Why'd you put on the music then? Where did the music come from? Professor Mikotoba also opened that metal chest only to be punched into the air and landed sprawled on the settee. Just needed to shake my ass. Fair enough.
But wait, that doesn't explain all the facts. What about the stylish scarf and the cup of tea, and above all, why would he be wearing the Cosmosama's mask?
Iris was decorating the scene. Well, for those curious details, I can think of only one explanation. Clearly an unbelievable miracle took place in this room. Isn't that right, Iris? Consider how the... Oh my god, the stuff got all yeeted into the air at the same time. When he opened the chest... Uh-oh. It's booby-trapped. It got yoinked. Haha, booby. Heroc's laying on the booby traps. I said booby trap! You know, a booby is also a type of bird. It's actually just a tablecloth. This is the Great Detective's office, after all, a place of miraculous deductions. Aww, what do you expect, anything less?
Yes, you're right. It happened exactly as you said.
This part makes me mad because the chest flings open, so everything on top be flung to the floor. Yeah. Ace Attorney logic. Burb!
Brilliant, Bruno.
Thus concludes Ryunosuke Naruhodo's great deduction of this punchy puzzle. What a loser.
So then, why don't I make a fresh pot of tea for us all?
Oh.
Objection!
Sholmes' objection! An admirable performance, Mr. Naruhodo! But in the final act of the show there, You rather missed everything of importance. Mr. Schultz? He has arisen! Oh. If you would cast your mind back to my earlier deduction... Iris, clearly you're hiding a great secret. She is? Mm-hmm. He must be right. I must be right. Mm-hmm. I guess Mikotova wanted to look at John Wilson's stuff, and she spring-trapped that so nobody else could get to it but her. And, she's trying to abscond with my coffee cup! You were attempting to abscond with the coffee cup! Word for word. You think he did dance a deduction every single time? Probably. I would think he would.
It really is a shame about Mr. Sholm's cup.
It must have been smashed when Professor Mikotoba opened the chest.
Oh dear. So many things seem to have been broken here.
But now the deduction has taken a different direction. Iris doesn't seem to be trying to hide the broken cup anymore.
In other words, her great secret is something else.
Alright, where is she looking? Abscond with what's it? Does she have something else on the knapsack? Or is there something else that she was... Hey, Dad. You watched this deductions. Oh, you watched it a bunch of times. That makes sense. Is there something in her knapsack? Surely this time at last, the knapsack is going to be the answer.
I'm really not sure why you're so intent on showing Iris's bag to be complicit in these events.
It's a sizable bag. A sizable what? Big enough for a sizable what? What do you think she was carrying? A secret? That's why her bag's so big, it's full of secrets?
I really wouldn't like to say.
Oh, sizable secret. Ah, I was gonna... Hopefully it wasn't saying something like a severed head or whatnot. Oh, what's over here? Trying to abscond with a coffee cup. Ah! A case file. An official Scotland Yard document.
Take that!
You attempted to abscond with that case file. No music! Iris, as you know very well, nothing escapes the attention of a great detective.
Oh no.
We visited Scotland Yard's autopsy laboratory earlier today. Oh, that's it's the Clint Van Ziek stuff. Type C! Is this my first time hearing it? And Dr. Gorey informed us that the autopsy report of Clint Van Zieks had gone missing. Clint Van Zieks, yes, I do seem to recall. I once hooked up with his brother. But some years ago, I asked to see the report in question. You were with me, weren't you, Iris? 2 years ago. You mean it was you, Iris? So those papers you have there are...
I'm sorry. Oh, forgive me.
Oh, it's okay, Iris. You did nothing wrong, sweetie. You have never done anything wrong in your life, ever. She would have been like 8, yeah. So Sholmes took an 8-year-old child to go to a coroner's office like that. Your Wi-Fi went out, no! In truth, I would like to have thought I could have predicted the booby trapped. Now Sholmes said it, okay? Sholmes said it now. Okay? But it caught me completely off guard. I was very nearly the late consulting detective Herlock Sholmes. Average parent behavior in Ace Attorney. Stop, you're right. She should have been in the Mickey Mouse Clubhouse. You're right.
I'm sorry, Hurley.
So you mean This autopsy report really is?
Yes. I took it from the lab, even though I knew it was very important.
We're back! Yay! We are so back! So, we are so back!
Was there something in it that troubled you, Iris? Not exactly something that troubled me. Something I'd been looking for. When I saw this report, when I saw the writing in it.
Was it your dad's writing?
I know it was Daddy's.
Aww. The writing. That was so mean. Yeah, that Wi-Fi was so mean. How dare you do that to Nerio Wi-Fi?
Your father's writing? What do you really mean?
Is this a new theme? Boop key smash. Iris, it must be something that's hard for her to talk about. Forgive me for interrupting, my dear fellows. Mr. Sholmes, what is it? I fear as though the poor unconscious gentleman on the settee has been somewhat forgotten.
Father!
Yeah, Boob Key Smash. Is that the name of this? Boob Key Smash? The song is called Boob Key Smash. In Search of Family. Perhaps we should find our guest somewhere more peaceful to rest. Mr. Naruhodo! Would you be so kind as to lend him your bed? We must do our very best to make him comfortable, I feel. Yes, of course, I'll help you carry him up.
So will I.
No, I can manage alone, thank you. You have tea to enjoy. Yes, Boob Key Smash. We don't want Iris's brew to stew. You think you were clever for that line, huh? Because there's no better way to make the professor comfortable than dragging him upstairs like a trunk. I wonder, perhaps that was deliberate. Maybe Sholmes is making himself scarce to give Iris a chance to talk more freely. Aww.
We must use this opportunity to talk with Iris. And find out what's going on.
Alright, is this the very last little bit of this investigation? Just wondering, because if this is like the last little section, then we'll finish this off now. I'm not gonna... It is? Okay. Alrighty. Alrighty, I'll save too. Almost done, alright. Alright. I'm not gonna show her the badge, we'll just talk to her. Would you like to tell us about it, Iris? About your father?
I'm sure I told you before, didn't I? That Daddy used to be Haley's partner?
Well, Mikotoba doesn't seem to think so.
Yes, and that notes all about, all the case they,
and that notes about all, and that notes about all the cases held together kept inside the metal chest. I can't, sentences.
That's right. Haley told me, you see.
Oh, is that a new face?
He said that Daddy's somewhere far away now, so we can't meet.
That's one way of describing it.
Then, when I secretly unlocked the chest and read through the papers inside, I started to build up a picture in my head of what Daddy must be like.
Well, that's only natural.
You're just like any other girl of your age. I read that Daddy was a professor of medical science, so I studied and took my degree too.
Wait, she has a college degree already? Girls when they, yeah. Girls when they are like their fathers. She's Dr. Wilson, she has a PhD!
In that respect, you're not quite like any other girl of your age, though. But there was one thing that I could never find out. Daddy's name.
Oh.
His name wasn't anywhere on any of the notes that he'd made about his work with Hurley. But then one day...
She never knew his name. That's what happened, is it? When you saw the autopsy report, you finally managed to work it out. I'm gonna throw up.
Yes.
So, it was the handwriting in the report that caught her eye. Man.
When I saw the writing on that report, I could hardly believe it. I know that handwriting, I thought to myself.
because it was the same as the writing you'd seen on your father's case notes.
Exactly. I was desperate to compare the two properly. I needed to see them side by side. I asked the doctor in the laboratory, but I was told I couldn't take the report away. And even worse, I was told that that was the first and last time I'd be allowed to ever look at the
Words.
allowed to even look at it there.
So you decided to steal it.
When I compared the autopsy report with the case notes I had here, there was no doubt. The handwriting was exactly the same. It was Daddy's. And the signature of the coroner at the bottom of the autopsy report.
Read Dr. John H. Wilson. So that's how she learned her dad's name? Yeah, no, 2 years, nobody checked to see if that was there.
So that's how I finally found out. I learned Daddy's name at last.
So, did Sholmes never tell her her dad's name? What the fuck? Father located! I see.
Ever since then, I've called myself Iris Wilson.
Oh, wait. So she didn't know her last name? Oh. For 8 years, cause did Sholmes take her when she was a baby? Isn't that it? Like, oh. She probably called herself Iris Sholmes before that. No.
And that's also when I had the brilliant idea of writing stories all about Daddy's exciting times with Hurley. I decided then and there that I'd write the adventures of Herlock Sholmes. Oh, Iris, I had no idea the stories had quite such a deep personal significance for you.
I can see why the autopsy report was so important to her now. And why she was prepared to break the law to get her hands on it. Oh. So she... I can't believe, like, nobody ever, like, Sholmes, like, nobody ever told her her dad's name. Like, she knew he existed and that he was Sholmes' partner, but she didn't even, Sholmes never, like, talked about him. And if a double-decker bus crashes into us. This is really all my fault.
Hurley?
I made a promise, you see, that until the time was right, I'd keep the details about your father a secret.
Alberto! Alberto! Alberto!
Hi, Katria.
Alberto!
Hi, how are you? Let's get hit by a coach together, yeah. Man.
I know. I've been very naughty. I'll take the autopsy report back to Dr. Gory and apologize. I promise.
Fathers, dads are a thing. Dads. Yes, we'll go together, I think. Girls win fathers.
Then, let me look after it for you until we get there.
Just no. Passing a bottle of poison around, yeah. Girls win fathers, girls win dads.
I must go and water my herbs, I think.
Oh, her eyes! She's trying so hard to be strong.
I'll see you all later.
She's, it's okay. I know Mr. Sholmes is here for her, but still. Uh-oh, are you reading the autopsy report? Let's read it. 31st May, between 9 p.m. and midnight. Death from single stab wound. That's not like the dog. External wounds. For the duel. Scarlet ink stains visible on the little and ring fingers of the right hand. No document and corresponding ink was found. Vital evidence recovered from the victim's stomach during autopsy. Credit to Inspector Gregson for petitioning so doggedly for the autopsy procedure. No internal trauma. Duel. This, but if it weren't the professor's victims. Hound. Rawr. Rah! Because this is not that.
What's the meaning of this, Mr. Sholmes?
Mr. Sholmes? Oh, dear me. So, you've noticed, I see.
But that would mean...
What on earth's the matter, Mr. Sato? You've turned as white as a sheet. Something was retrieved from his stomach. Did he, like, swallow something?
Is this autopsy report, Mr. Naruhodo? The one from 10 years ago?
Was that 12 or 13?
The writing isn't Dr. Wilson's at all.
Oh! How, do you remember what this writing looked like? Is that her fucking dad's writing? Or is that Greg? Oh, I read that already, yeah. Is that her fucking dad's writing?
Because I know this writing very well. This writing is my father's.
Oh, it's so sneaky of them to not let us, like, actually look closely at his writing. Is he the bad guy? Is Mikotoba the bad guy? Indeed, it's true. And now you know. My dear fellows! Is Eugene Mikotoba his fucking partner? But then how does the real, like, Dr. John H. Wilson come into this? I mean, he was friends with Mikotoba, obviously. And does that mean Mikotoba was his fucking partner? Yeah, runs off the stage. Yeah! Your partner! Susato is gonna have the most intense fangirl moment of all time. So this autopsy report is actually penned by Professor Mikotoba then? But that makes no sense. It's not possible, surely. Not possible, my dear fellow. Pray, take a deep breath and think again. But I'm also thinking, like, the Dr. John H. Wilson was, I guess the real Dr. Wilson would have been, Iris's father then, so, yeah. Because that girl is white. She's not, like, half Japanese, right? Like, Mikotoba's not her dad, right? Take a deep breath and think again.
Yes, you're right. In some ways, it actually makes a great deal of sense. 10 years ago,
another one!
Is when Father returned to Japan after his extended study tour in Britain.
And prior to his return, where was Dr. Mikotoba engaged? It's 12. He was an assistant in Dr. Wilson's laboratory learning about forensic science. And as an assistant, he would have aided with the dissection work, making detailed notes. which would be assembled into the full autopsy report. Once the work was complete, the head coroner would check the contents and put his signature on the document.
In other words, the only writing of Dr. Wilson's in the report would be his signature at the end.
I see. So Iris got the wrong end of the stick, you mean? She saw that and assumed the whole report had been... Okay. Okay, so that's his, John Wilson's signature, but the rest of the handwriting on the report is Mikotoba's. 12 is a gay number, Critical Role taught us this.
Which is very understandable, of course.
What a complicated situation. Okay, it's signed by John Wilson, but Mikotoba wrote the whole report. Thinking about it, most of what we know about you, Mr. Sholmes, comes from the published stories of your exploits.
Yes, The Adventures of Herlock Sholmes, written by Iris.
I wonder what Mikotoba thought and felt knowing that Iris is a fan of the Herlock Sholmes stories. Like, what was going on in his head?
Hey, that's me!
We really have no way of knowing what's fact and what's fiction. Most troubling for you, my dear fellow, I'm sure. So, what about the supposed partner of yours? Did he really exist or not? Ah, you've come straight to the point, I see. Yeah, stop tiptoeing around it.
And please come straight to the answer.
I believe Iris explained it in one of her installments. He was a trusted comrade, and the only person I could have truly called a friend.
And did this partner of yours truly make a record of all your cases? Are his notes really stored inside that metal chest?
Absolutely, my dear madam. Absolutely. Flotches, there is no partner! So, where's your partner now? We rarely meet. You see, he lives on the other... You're fucking joking. I choose to believe that Sholmes immediately recognized Mikotoba lying on the couch there and made up this whole thing just to hide the fact that that was his partner so that none of this would, like, come out. So yeah, that was an intentionally false deduction. I hope you die! I hope we both die! But if this autopsy report and the records of all your old cases are penned by the same hand, and if the autopsy report was written, though not signed, by your famous partner, there would only be one logical conclusion. Pray, impress me. The partner would have to be Eugen Mikotoba. In other words, Mr. Sato's father. Upon my word, Mr. Naruhodo. Yes? You are coming along wonderfully. You've hit upon the method at last. You finally grasped the art of deduction. Do you mean to say... Allow me to introduce you to my great friend and partner, Mikotoba. New theme song. So many new songs in this case. Susato is about to... This is like the greatest day of her life. Oh my god. Professor Mikotoba? The great detective's great friend. Great friend. Once again, great friend. Herlock, did you fuck my dad? Once again with the phrasing great friend. Jesus Christ. I've been waiting for months for me to get to this. Jesus Christ! Great friend! Oh my god, Susato! Oh my god.
Does this mean that you're the real Dr. Wilson?
No, my dear, I'm still my old self, Eugen Mikotoba, your father. Segax! Oh, is this the Segax? You can send almost all the art. Oh my god, this is anime Johnlock? Oh my god, wait, you're so right. Oh god, the floodgates have opened. This is obviously too much for Susato-san to take in. This is all Neria draws. I love that. Oh my god. This is absolutely amazing. This is the best day of my life. This is the best day of my life. So they're both God. Oh my god, they're standing next to each other. I must say, though, how my old friend has attained worldwide celebrity as a great mystery solver is the greatest mystery of all. I still remember the first time we met. Aww, they're reminiscing so fondly. Pray remind me, when was it again, Mikotoba? 16 years ago, Shones. Ah, yes, quite. 16 years ago. So you left your newborn daughter to go to London and then hooked up with this guy. Old Man Yowie, let's go! Old Man Yowie, woo! I just arrived from Japan with Seishiro and Genshin. It is rebound era! Old Man Yowie, let's go! Were they still Old Man Yowie 16 years ago? Was it like the Old Man Yowie mindset kind of thing? Like, I've seen people say that Phoenix and Edgeworth are Old Man Yowie even when they're in their 20s and 30s because they are old men at heart. Can the same be said for them? You left your newborn daughter for Segex. They were young men Yowie at that point? Okay. But now they are. Then it was just normal Yowie. Now that they're above 30, they're Old Men Yowie. I was in search of lodging close to the hospital, some comfortable rooms at a reasonable price. But rents are definitely high in that particular area. That's right, so I decided I needed someone to share lodgings and the expense, and was fortunate enough to be introduced to Sholmes, who found himself in a similar situation. God, I want to find a roommate by chance like this, or we just like click like that. College Men Yowie! I was a callow fella back then, a mere shadow of the great detective you see before you now. I was working at the hospital's chemical laboratory at the time, indulging my curiosities for little gain. And they were roommates! And the situation of our cohabitation led to us pursuing cases together, you see. Hard to believe, it was a mere 6 years. We had a great many adventures. But in the last year of Mikotoba's stay in Britain, that most infamous of cases presented itself. The case with which you've become rather familiar yourselves. The Professor killings. After the trial, Seishiro and I were summoned back home. Hardly surprising, given the circumstances. Student debt Yowie! Man. So there you have it. And as you know, all the details recorded by my trusty chronicler remain in that metal chest. This is just I hiccuped. This is just amazing! You're famous, Mikotoba! I've been waiting for this. This is just incredible. Yes, please be crazy. Send me all the art of like their adventures and everything. I need this. Father? Goodness, my dear, what a cutting look!
As your daughter, I'm very proud to learn that you are the great detective's great partner. But nevertheless, there's another mystery that I really must ask you to explain now.
That is?
You know very well what it is. Did you fuck my dad?
Or wait, not my dad. I meant I totally messed that up. I'm so sorry. Did you fuck a white woman? Did you have sex with a white woman?
The unresolved matter of Iris's father.
Oh, of course. I almost forgot about that one. I should have seen this coming, I suppose. Oh yeah, what's the deal with him?
Iris told us that all the notes about the great detective's adventures that are in that little chest were written by her father. Isn't that correct, Mr. Sholmes?
That is indeed what I told young Iris, but that's not...
But if you're Mr. Sholm's partner, Father, and you wrote all those case notes...
Using 3 continents Mikotoba? Yes!
Then Iris's father must be you!
Ah! Upon my word, Mr. Soto. You are coming along wonderfully as well. You too have hit upon the method at last. You finally grasped the art of deduction. What? Father, did you fuck a white woman? So there were... Jesus Christ. You
You've always told me, Father, is that my mother died when I was born 16 years ago. And you left me in grandmother's care whilst you embarked on your study tour of Britain. And I've always accepted that, but... all this about Iris...
Ooh! Ryunosuke! He's like, ooh, there it is. Ryunosuke is here for the drama. Ooh, there it is. There's a joke. Watson had sex with all women on 3 continents because of his travels, and there's extends to this. Agreed. He has his popcorn ready. Now, hold on a minute. It was very complicated. I mean, it's really not what you think.
Then perhaps you'd like to explain exactly what is. Did you fuck a white woman, Father?
There it is! They go from rice cold to red hot! Oh yes, he's with the popcorn. No, really? You got the wrong end of the stick! Show! Say something, man! That's quite enough, my fiery fellows! You'd be a great sports announcer! You would. You'd get all hyped up and everything. She's about to Susato take down his ass. Yes! Do it! When did he get all dressed up? Whilst I don't like... Oh yeah, because he was in his casual outfit before. He was in like the home outfit, and now he would be in his coat and hat if I didn't have him in the DLC outfit. But I love the implication of Sholmes getting dressed up is him just putting the mask on his head. Amazing. Whilst I don't like to interrupt this exciting exploration of the past, Mikotoba and I have an urgent matter that requires a short excursion. Oh, it's funnier when he cuts to him with his coat on. Yeah, while Susato was about to beat her dad's ass for, yeah, that, he just went and got dressed real quick. Mikotoba and I have an urgent matter that requires a short excursion. We have dinner reservations.
But it's very late, Mr. Sholmes. Where must you go?
Dinner, obvious. Hotel room! Why, my dear madam? Is that not obvious? My partner and I must pursue our natural enemies. I'm taking your father to Chili's tonight. So, get your coat, Mikotoba. The game is afoot. Natural enemies, hunger. The game is afoot. New theme, partner. Ooh! Taking your father to Chili's tonight. This is a banger! Oh, I love this! The game is afoot. But Sholmes, I really must give Susato a full explanation, I think. I did my lightning design final. That's amazing. They did Homomiko theme? What does that mean? Later, my dear fellow, later. Our carriage awaits downstairs already. Oh, it's a ship name? Oh, is that their ship name? Homomiko, I see. You haven't changed one iota, have you? I mean, really. I visit our home after 10... Whoa! Whoa! Our home! Our home! Our home! Are you fucking... So, when you're in Japan with your daughter, that's not your home. Is that what I'm hearing? Your home is here with this guy? that chest. In a fit of nostalgia, I quite inexplicably pass out. There may not be his home, but it's their home. They write letters that, oh my god. And if that wasn't enough, when I eventually regain consciousness, I'm plunged straight into all of this.
Father, please. Go with Mr. Shams now.
What? Japan is home, but 221B is their home. Yep.
I've no doubt that whatever happened, you were acting in everyone's best interests. I trust you, completely.
Susato.
And sending the great detective and his great partner off on renewed adventures together is more than I could have hoped for in my wildest dreams.
Oh, despite the weird parental issues going on here, she's still happy about this. I'll beat your ass later. Despite the fact this is one of the only songs with an arrangement instead of a loop. Oh my god, that's great. That's amazing. Hardlock leaked motif and his partner's theme. Very well then, we'll speak again later. So, I believe your homework is done for the day. I wish you the best of luck for tomorrow. Yes, Naruhodo, good luck in battle. And in reaching a decision. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. You barely give us any time to think about this, buddy. Whether to go back to Japan, I suppose. You silly said the arrangements. Oh my god.
So much happened that day that I barely knew what to do with myself.
Same, bestie.
It would only be later that I'd come to realize how amidst the chaos I'd unleashed were all the clues I needed to finally unearth the truth, and that all the turmoil was necessary to give me the resolve to see everything through.
Oh my god, that's why it's called the Great Ace Attorney 2 Resolve! Oh! God. We just had a resolve counter, yeah. Wait, that's the end? There's no second part to the trial? Really? The legendary pair. Oh, it's a two-part case. Ah, so this continues into case number 5. Oh my god, that's amazing. That is incredible. Amazing. It's the final! Oh, we're already going the final. The resolve of Ryunosuke Naruhodo. Oh my god, and into the trial. I cannot fucking wait for this. The resolve of Ryunosuke Naruhodo. I'm gonna go on the floor and vomit. Holy shit, there's a lot to take in. We'll see if I want to stream tomorrow. I don't know if I can wait until Monday to this. I may stream tomorrow night, depending on how things go. The guy reading, that's Eugene reading the excerpts! You're right! Oh my god. Alrighty. I don't know if I can wait until, until, Monday for this. I may or may not stream tomorrow. If I don't, then definitely on Monday. We'll probably play to the end of this game before starting Tactica. We are so normal! Oh my god! Man, I'm waiting so... I get it! Man, Ace Attorney John Locke, so real. I get people into the game just for that part, just for the Mikotomo Watson reveal. Oh my god, that's incredible. For 6 years, dude really left his daughter to go be gay in London. Be gay and solve crime. And good for him, aside from the leaving his daughter part. It's almost 5 a.m. Oh yeah, please get some sleep. But oh my god. This is absolutely insane. I don't even know. I need to process all of this. But thanks again for being here. I may stream tomorrow. If I don't, I will definitely stream Monday. Because lots of things are happening. So the Cal seeing Wilson dead at the beginning. If Watson is dead, I'm not playing this. Just trust me. Okay. Okay, I see. Little fake out. Wilson, Watson, ha. Little misdirection. I see. I'm at 84 hours in this game now. Well, but yeah. Anyways, that's all. I'm gonna go try to calm down. I'm probably gonna fail at it. I also need food. Yeah. Anyways, that's all. Yeah. I will need strength. Oh god. Is this long? I'm guessing because it's the final one, it's kind of long. I'm gonna go watch the FNAF movie now. Ooh, I hope it's good. But thanks again. Have a great rest of your day or night, whatever time it is where you are. Bye-bye. Ah!